a lot of things that's on my mind, and I would like to let them out. Look, I see reality breaking down all my fantasies. It would be nice if I at least had one fantasy. That neutrality about to take a terabyte from the American apple pie, better get a slice. It's kinda scary the way that this life is moving on. Marvin's doing backflips inside his grave, what's going on? We have head-on collisions, not seeing another's vision. Maybe that's the reason why some colors fit the description. Lot of relationships need life rafts, sinking ships. I guess you just can't have only one like potato chips. I would love for you to listen with an open heart, but would you really even hear me if it's torn apart? I don't do the things that I used to. I'll be fine even if I lose you, okay? Okay.
Peace and blessings, family. My name is asarimhotep, and I am with the Martin Delaney Center for Egyptology, as well as the popular YouTube channel Mbongi. I am an Africologist and computer scientist out of Houston, Texas, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And I have spent the last 20 years researching the connections between ancient Kemet, that is modern Egypt, and modern Bantu-speaking cultures of Central and Southern Africa. Throughout this 20-year journey, I've examined all the relevant literature in numerous languages, collected paleontological as well as archaeological data from across millennia. I have presented hypotheses and abandoned hypotheses, come to conclusions and abandoned conclusions, reviewed arguments for and against known hypotheses, and analyzed frameworks that sought to define and characterize the vast array of African experiences. After over 20 years of asking critical questions of history, of philosophy, religion, and culture, I have finally gotten to the point where I have complete and total faith in the results of our research. I say our research because I am one of among a number of scholars who have either laid the foundations in classical Africology or are continuing to expand and develop more robust research on this connection between ancient Egyptian and Bantu civilizations. After spending so much time behind the computer and in the libraries and in the museums for over 20 years, I believe it is time to go out and to touch the living artifacts and engage with the people involved in the research whose stories we have been telling all this time, which brings us to why we are here today. Although I have written and will continue to write about the results of my research, my goal now is to summarize this data and present it in documentary film form. I have decided to put some of that computer science as well as new media experience together to creatively tell this important aspect of African history that many may not be aware of. The title of the film is China Into, Ancient Kemet and the Into Universe, and we are currently raising funds for the first phase of our journey. In February of 2022, I will be joining the crew of the award-winning documentary film Hapi, The Role of Economics on the Development of Civilization, for a very important Returning to the Source tour and conference in Egypt, which we know is in Northeast Africa. And while I am there, I will be shooting parts of our film China Into and gathering footage for a proof of concept trailer, which will be used for greater fundraising efforts in the near future. And this is where you come in. I am currently trying to raise $5,000 to help with location expenses, equipment rentals, insurance, and the like, so that we can get some great shots for some primary as well as B-roll footage. When we return from Egypt, some of this footage will be combined with some preliminary interviews to compile a unique trailer to give the audience and potential investors a glimpse of the vision and potential of the film. Our ultimate goal is to travel to places like the Democratic Republic of Congo, Zimbabwe, Uganda, and South Africa for the first film. And did I forget to mention that we intend for this to be a series of documentary films? Therefore, subsequent films will require us to travel to places like Cameroon, Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal, as well as Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia. We have big goals, and with your help, we can make this happen. And if you're interested in donating to this film project, please visit our website at www.shinaintofilm.com, where you can leave a donation. There are other ways you can donate as well, which includes joining our Patreon page, donating through CashApp, or donating live when we're doing a live show on YouTube. And the YouTube channel has over 6,000 subscribers, and Facebook has over 5,000 subscribers as well. And with a minimum donation of like $5 each, we can quickly reach our goal. You can spread the word of our efforts by sharing this video with friends and colleagues, as well as liking it. We appreciate your help, and all donors will be given credit on the website, as well as at the end of the film during the credits. We thank you from the bottom of our heart to those who have given generously already, and we look forward to bringing this important film to the public. Hotep. Peace and blessings, everyone. This is your brother, asarimhotep, of the Martin Delaney Center for Egyptology. And today is Friday, February the 11th, 2022. And this is the Mbongi. And this is an open forum discussion, question and answer, but a special open forum. We have with us today from the Mossy Warrior clan, two good brothers y'all should be familiar with on this channel. That is brother Any Herod Sean P and brother Black Panther. And so we're going to share and discuss some images and take some questions, from the chat. So with that said, I will want to welcome each and every one of you to the channel. And I see a few of y'all have made yourselves known in the chat. So I want to say peace and blessings to Stephen McKenzie and Sister Tamika. Always welcome and always grateful to have you on the platform. And we got Sunjiata and Zombie in the building. So peace and blessings, health and vitality to you as well. Richard Sheffield is in the building. Jehuti Ra Netter is in the building. Brother Mattis is in the building. We have Esho Rent, if I'm saying that correctly, and I apologize if I do not, or I have not. But thank you for joining us, and thanks to Teti Ursa Ma'at Ras Neferu is in the building. MF Taharka Soul. I wonder what the MF is. Is it, you MF Doom's cousin? Made it to the chat. Peace and blessings. Thank you for coming. Brother Chavez, gang in the building. Also the Mosi Warrior Clan. And we have Firelight and Tist in the building. Sister Sylvia Stewart is in the building. And Quantum Love Metaphysician, all the way out of the depths of the mind. She has made it, and I'd like to say thank you for joining us. And Rashad Damon, all the way from South Mississippi. I still need to visit Mississippi. And 42 Tribes is in the building. So peace and blessings to each and every one of y'all. And thank you all for joining. And let me remove that. There we go. And, just a few announcements. So as you saw with the video, we're still in fundraising mode. So next week technically I leave on Thursday, but the flight leaves on Friday. So we'll be heading to Egypt. And so for the Akhet tour, and I'll be shooting a little bit of some B-roll footage and things for the documentary film, and setting up some links, of course, in Nubian Village, And so we're going to have a good time there. And speaking of that, and just in case y'all haven't heard, let me find the flyer. There was supposed to be a conference there. Let me get that off so y'all can see, which was going to have Brother Anthony Browder, Dr. Bia Buto, I think, Professor James Smalls, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Sister Rosalind Jeffries, Dr. Solange Ashby, Dr. Theophilo Benga, Brother Infadishi, Dr. Wade Nobles, Dr. Vera Nobles, Dr. Joyce King, and Brother Jabari. But there was an uproar of our presence coming, and a number of internet trolls essentially scared the government, and they got the event shut down. So not the entire trip, just the conference, which was on the last 2 days of the trip in Aswan. So the conference is still going to go on. It's just postponed for April, and it will be. Well, I don't want to jump the gun because they have a place in mind, but I want to wait till they solidify it before I give the location of where it is going to be rescheduled for. So it's still going to go on. We're still going to be in Egypt, and I'm going to continue to give them hell in these internet streets. And so, if anything, they have ramped up my efforts, and I'm going to we're going to make some noise back, and so they're going to have to contend with us one way or the other. So that's that. However, there is another conference going on, and that is the West Africa and Beyond, Ancient Nubian and Egyptian Interconnections with Niger Valley and the Atlantic World. And so you can still get your tickets for this live stream. There will be a number of, some of the top scholars in the business. And I'll just share my screens. I want to make sure y'all understand who's going to be here. And so let me get rid of that. Let me share my, they got a new feature on here, an extra camera. See, I see they upgrading with how much I pay each month for this thingy thing. Let me see. There we go. And so hopefully y'all can see. Let me just double check and make sure. So this is the West Africa and Beyond, Ancient Nubian and Egyptian Interconnections with the Niger Valley and the Atlantic World. And so these are going to be the presenters is going to be on February the 15th and 16th. And you can go to this website, westafricabeyond.org, and hit this registration link. It's $35 per day. And I think they put the schedule up. But, we're going to have Dr. Abdul Salahu. Matter of fact, no, they didn't put it up yet. So I thought I didn't want to have to go into each one of them, but either way it goes. Dr. Abdul Salahu out of Nigeria. He teaches now at Tuskegee University, got his PhD at Temple University, and he's going to be dealing with the relationship between the Yoruba and ancient Egyptian. We got Dr. Shamarka Keita, biological anthropologist. I don't know what his presentation, Ancient Egypt at its Origins, Geography, Language, Archaeology, Human Biology. Um, well, I guess I'll do mine. So mine's presentation, of course, I'm asarimhotep, re-examining the divine from an Egypto-Bantu lens, a linguistic and cultural analysis of the word necher. And we have Dr. Muhammad Nasir Sar, from the Sheikh Anta Diop University, and his presentation, Similarities Common to Nubia and Black Africa Regarding Funeral Rites, the case of the Kerma site in the proto-historic civilization of the Tumuli in Senegal and ancient Ghana. And we got Dr. Ives Victor Ngono out of Cameroon, Ancient Nile Valley Civilization Impact on Southeast Asia, Architectural Evidence in Thailand and Cambodia. And he is an Egyptologist. He got his degree in Egyptology. We got Dr. Jahi Issa, who is one of the organizers. So him and Dr. Salam Faraji, and his presentation, Brand Nubians, Egyptian Nubian Culture in the Americas via the Transatlantic Slave Trade, 1808 to 1860. Dr. Faraji, Salam Faraji, his presentation, Ancient Shrines and Earthen Pyramids, exploring the links between ancient Nubia and West Africa. We also got Dr. Olman Diji, who is a well-respected and well-known Cameroonian Egyptologist. So his presentation, The Egyptian God Bes, alias Bassa, and the Myth of the Divine Origin of the Bassa of Cameroon, revelation of an unsuspected plural kingship of the Egyptian, Nubian, and Bantu civilizations. We have Sister Anissa Malvoisin. She's working on her PhD in Egyptology and archaeology. And if my slow internet will pull up her presentation, At the Edge of the Sahara, Decorative Style Between Egypt, Nubia, and West African Regions. We got another PhD candidate out of the Sheikh Anta Diop University. His presentation, and this is Lamin or Laman Baji, Baobab Cemeteries, or Baobab with Griot, a look at an atypical funeral practice in Senegambia. And so, Baobab is a tree. And so that's going to be, very interesting. We got our good brother Reginald A. Mabry, and I don't know why. There we go. Rethinking the continuity of African people by understanding the parent peoples of ancient Egypt, Central, and West Africa. And we got Dr. Sandro Capocici. Matter of fact, he's working on his second PhD. His first PhD was in linguistics at the University of Paris. And I think he is at Harvard now, working on an art PhD dealing with Benin art. And so his presentation, Essay on the Function of Historical Nigerian Ram-Headed Agades, I don't know how you pronounce that. But you can read the details of his presentation. And last, we got Dr. Andrew Jaggs, who we've had interviewed on our program before, Between the Nile and Niger, Exploring Ritual Affinities Between the Yoruba and Ancient Nubia and Egypt. And he, wrote his PhD dissertation on the relationship between the Yoruba and Egyptians as well. So as you can see, it's not a lightweight conference. We have some heavy hitters here. And so y'all will be introduced to a good number of new scholars if you're not familiar with these names, and particular topics and evidences and book recommendations and the like. So make sure you go to West Africa and beyond.org to purchase your tickets. And so again, the date is February the 15th and 16th, which is next week, next Tuesday and Wednesday to be exact. So with that said, and without further ado, I want to I need an audience, clapping sound and whatnot. Brother Sean P. and Brother Black Panther, welcome to the Mbongi.
Hey, peace, brother Asar. Thank you for having me.
Indeed.
Peace.
Already. So first and foremost, how you good brothers doing?
I was fine until the other day. Life was
happened the other day?
peaceful.
I'm well, brother. I'm well.
But what happened the other day?
I got to read them comments.
Oh. Of the racist trolls.
Man.
Both black people and white.
Yep.
The Negro peons and their Arab masters.
Pretty much.
That's probably an accurate way to put it, unfortunately.
You know, I have to, you know, while the situation is still hot, I have to tone my my rhetoric down. But what was that line in Friday? You know, I'm gonna be quiet for now, but when he go, I'm gonna still keep
He gonna
talking.
leave. I'm gonna be talking again.
Exactly. That's me at the moment. But yeah. So, you know, how this came about for the night is, you know, we were talking on the phone, all three of us, and we got to talking and about some images that we had either downloaded or, you know, from our trips, relatively recent to Kemet. And so, you know, decided to, you know, have that discourse about, you know, what we saw, our experiences, and or future goals for any kind of future trips. And so, you know, we're here, and so it's like we're on at an online digital barbershop, and you know, we got mad images in the trunk that we got out to have this conversation. So hold on, let me check the chat. He says, wow, looks like more presenters since I last checked it out. Are the presenters broken down by the day they will present? That's what I was looking for when I went to that other page, and on the schedule it didn't have it up. They, like, for example, is each day is going to be 2 panels, and um and I forgot who's on. I know Dr. Cater's on the first day. I'm on the panel and I'm first on Wednesday. And so on my panel is going to be Dr. Jags, Dr. Capochichi, and Dr. Issa. And I know Reggie is going to be on the last panel, and I forgot who else. I just saw it yesterday. I'm sorry. He's going to be on the last panel, and hold on. I forgot who else. I just saw it. Yeah. My bad. I'm like, damn, that person sound like me. Anyway, so yeah, but it's I would hope they would at least have it up by this weekend, in terms of the final presenter schedule. But it has been made, but I just don't remember the order at this moment. He says, I only asked because I can't afford both days. I don't know what your question was. Let me go back up.
If it's like ASCAC, then you should have an admission fee that would last you for both days, and not 2 separate admissions.
Yeah, I'm not putting it on, so I don't know what the technical issues are. But yeah, that's how I would have it. You know, yeah, I would have the set price for both days. This is just me. I would have the set price for both days individually, and then the like I would combine them and then give a discount if you purchase both days at once. Like that's how I would do it. So it's like 35 a day. So that's 70, I would have made it 60, for both days or something. I don't know. 55 maybe. I don't know. But that's just me. He says, so what are we supposed to take from seeing these images y'all about to show? That's up to you. Let me see. It depends on the image. He says, will the images prove anything pertaining to the arguments that have been going on? I don't know today, but tune in to the show that is coming on Sunday. Let me just add that flyer real quick so you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, again, tune in this Sunday because the discussion I'm going to have is titled, hold on, on why DNA studies are virtually useless in ancient Egyptian studies. And, this is going to be probably a 2 or 3 hour lecture, which, I intend for it to be kind of long because then I'm going to re-upload and break them up in 2 hour long videos, so people rewatching can, easily find material and digest it better. But this Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern time, this conversation will be going on. And so a lot of it is, I was going to do this before the issues arose. So, that kind of stuff is like really fresh, but it addresses some of those issues that have come up as a result of the Arab trolls who sought to keep the us from having a conversation in Aswan. And so trolls like, hold on one sec, like this one here, Chaos Rules says Ned to contend. He says Ned, I'm assuming he means need to contend with King Tut coming back with R1B. It is stuff like that. One, they didn't release his DNA. But you always, the one thing about trolls is that they don't read and they have comprehension issues. So, it's you don't waste your time too much trying to argue with people who have comprehension issues. Let me see. 42 Tribe says I'm screenshot jacking, I guess. And what is this? Can you be a Shia Muslim and a Pan-Africanist at the same time who respects and reveres Kemet? In my opinion, no. What do y'all think about this question?
I put a HE double hockey stick and then a no.
I would say oh man, he said Shiite Muslim too. I mean, you can, but you're going to run into some issues in circles of Pan-Africans with their positions on Islam and the history of Islam, particularly in West Africa. So I don't think anybody's going to run up on you like you in a gang and like, give me your Pan-African flag. That ain't going to happen. But the more that you reveal or speak about your Shiite Muslim practice, the more problems you'll run into. I'll say that.
Yeah, my particular issue is just the fundamentals of Islam itself. And I'm not saying that amongst, African people you won't find solidarity, It's just that at the end of the day, where is your loyalties? Is it going to be to Islam and its teachings, or with African people and respect for their indigenous customs, values, ways of being, and ways of worshiping?
That's what
And
it comes down to. Are those people, because he said at the same time, who respects and reveres Kemet? Well, that's great. But what about when we start looking at the living traditions of Africa? Are they infidels? Do they become infidels to you? Or are they also revered and respected and given their proper due? It can't just be Kemet. You said Pan Africanness. You didn't say Pan Kemet. That's some things that you're gonna have to reconcile with yourself and your practice.
yeah, but it's not even about you per se. It's more so about the doctrine that is independent of you, which requires all uh adherents to disregard and to devalue non-Muslim values and traditions. And that's where the problem
Mhm.
ultimately comes, because ultimately it's going to be an issue of trust. So if there's protocols in place within the text that allows for the waging of war for those who don't accept Islam, and it is those entries that is problematic ultimately for the Pan-African, uh or it's a security issue ultimately for Pan-Africanists. And so that's a conversation into itself. uh he said, huh? Okay, I'm sorry. uh People asking questions in the text too. He says, I think you have to pay 35 each day. Yes, 35 each day. Um, Peace and blessings to that good guy. So dealing with peace of sorrow. What do you think of the postulation that ancient Egypt is over 30,000 years old? Um, I, I, no. Um, you may have people who lived in certain parts of that area for that long, but when you're talking about the state of Egypt, it is not 30,000. And we got to be able to distinguish between the formation of a political state versus the presence of people in a given area. And there's no indication, for example, especially if you have when you realize that until relatively recently in the grander scale of human evolution, we have been hunter gatherers, and and then in more recent times, nomadic pastoralists. We've always been nomadic. And so until the advent of agriculture, which allowed for populations to stay in a singular place, which expands the urbanism, folks were moving in and out. So in Egypt, the people who were there at 31,000, saying BCE, may not be the people who were there at 30,000 BCE, because people are moving in and out. And so we always got to be careful of that. So the just because you have a presence of folks, there, does not mean that there is continuity uh throughout the years. Because you have droughts, you have sickness, you have wars, you have just climate change and all this other kind of stuff that compels populations to move and to find safer and more prosperous territories. So we always got to keep that in mind. He says, are those people who live in Egypt Arabs or Africans? That's a a loaded question, and I'll let our panel address it first if they would like.
Both. African, as in they live on the continent of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So, their nationalities, being Egypt is a nation, and Egypt is in Africa. So all their passports say Egypt. Egypt is a creation that comes later. So they are Egyptians. They are Africans in nationality. But if you wanted to talk about the type of people they are and the culture that they revere and practice, they are Arabs.
Matter of fact, it is the Arab Republic of Egypt.
So they ain't hiding it from you. They didn't.
Exactly.
They never said. That's the whole ridiculousness about this conversation. Because one minute, they're proud to be Arabs. They tell you when they got there in their own literature, in their own history of the country, and then the next moment they want to be ancient. It's a flip flop back and forth. Sense of pride that they get out of nowhere, and I know it's because when they go around and people say, "Where are you from?" and they say Egypt, people are fascinated with Egypt. They want to know about, the monuments and the writing and all the great structures and all the science and the math. And these people know nothing about that
at all.
So it messes with one's psyche when you're from a great nation that you didn't do nothing to contribute to it. So, that makes them puff their chest out and try to defend and deflect. But when you really have a conversation with most Egyptians, and this is coming from somebody who's been to Egypt twice and spent a grand total of 28 days there, you will find they don't know nothing about ancient Egypt. Even more so, there are those that dislike and will deface the Egyptian monuments because it is idol worship to them. It ain't Allah, so they don't care. They use Egypt as a money making machine. 45% of the Egyptian economy is dependent upon tourism. Therefore, they have to play the game with you. They want you to buy these little cheap rings that they make and these little statues of King Tut that they made in they basement somewhere so they can live and eat today. They don't care nothing about them monuments nor you. They'll come up on you and say, "Oh, you look like King Tut. Oh, you look like Ramses." They only know a few kings, so they gonna say the ones that's popular. "Oh, sister, you look like Cleopatra. You look like Nefertiti." They gonna do that. They trying to
like
make
Denzel Washington.
Yeah, Barack Obama. All the ones that they know. Like them people don't know nothing about Egypt at all. They go to school and become licensed tour guides, not because they want to learn about Egypt. It's because they waiting for you at the airport. They waiting for you at the airport so they can run up on you, make eye contact, and say, "I can take you to the pyramids. I can take you to the writing. I can take you to the Sphinx." They trying to make money. Them people don't know or care about nothing there
at all. I'm trying to find. I know I've witnessed it, but I'm not sure if I took video or like camera footage, and I don't know what day. I'm just kind of looking through my photos. I have this one that I have up here that kind of speaks to what I'm trying to talk about in my kind of desperate speech. But let me share my screen. Let me do this. I want to share. And so here we go. So I don't know if y'all can see. It wasn't here that I witnessed it. It was in some complex. Like I saw it live. Like, them erasing and defacing the
This
monument.
looks like,
This is in Luxor.
yeah, I'm about to say this looks like Ipidasut or Ipidaraset.
Yeah. So I don't know how detailed y'all can see on y'all screen. Like the difference between this column here over this white man's bald head
Mm-hmm.
versus this column
Yeah, I
and
can see
in
it.
the other column. So you can see at this distance in terms of height, in these other two columns, you see carvings,
What
hieroglyphs.
happened to the carvings on that column?
Exactly. There's no columns. So you'll see this to where there's workers who are hired to erase the monuments.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of the ways in which you can tell that these folks are not inheritors and appreciative of their heritage, because like in this kind of goes back to that one question from the good brother who asked about the Pan-Africanists and Kemet, because Muslims, everywhere they go, they try to destroy evidence of earlier cultures and to make it seem as if enlightenment came about when Islam came around. And so whether they're in the Middle East, whether they're in Mali, they're taking and it's trying to destroy Timbuktu and defacing that. Everywhere they go, where they become empowered, they destroy ancient artifacts. They try to burn books and eliminate evidence of the heritage of the people who which they conquered. And when you go to Egypt now, you will see this, to where they just blatantly take off hieroglyphs and kind of plaster, kind of above it, or just like you'll see them. I don't even know how to explain it. Like almost kind of like shaving off on the monuments. And so I wish I had see, I have to go through because I have so many photos, and so I'm gonna stop sharing my
But
screen.
like you said, that is what they do. And if I'm gonna share my screen,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna speak to that.
There we go.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
So this is the Buddha statue in Afghanistan. And if you can see on the screen, it says the statues were blown up and destroyed in March 2001 by who? The Taliban or Arab Muslims. So if you can see this picture, let me see if I can blow it up. Okay, so this was the Buddha statue in Afghanistan in rocks. But the Taliban thought that was idol worship. This is it today.
Exactly.
Get out of here. That's what they do.
Have no respect for history.
No, like,
and don't understand, and that's like part of the issue that I have too, is like they have a hard time understanding other indigenous peoples' way of teaching, their pedagogy. Like they have this idea of idol worship that is just so wrong and just incomprehensible. Like they just don't know people. They don't understand. That's why, like, even in the ancient Egyptian records, when they were talking about these Arabs and other Semites, you know, like with Queen Hatshepsut, for example, when she was, talking, to a deity, and she was asking, are you showing favor to them, the people who don't understand and know Ra? And that there's like there's a word in the Egyptian language is him. It's, for those who know how to transliterate the glyphs, it is lowercase x and m. It means not to know. There's a variant of that word that means with the collective plural, w suffix to it, that refers to the enemies of Egypt. And it means, the word literally means those that don't know. And so it's, the way it's phrased is those who don't know the Egyptians, those who are the enemies, meaning those who don't know our ways and customs, but who are always trying to impose themselves upon us. And this was mainly directed at the quote unquote Asiatics.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we have to understand that the Arabs are the most recent group that took over Egypt, but there were many other groups. I'm going to show some of them right now, because there are those that are saying there's no evidence concerning invasions in Egypt. Well, I'm going to have you look at some pictures. You probably can see my screen by now. You see this picture? All right. I want you to look at these coffins really good. See the way they're styled. Look at the hair. Look at the crossing of the arms, all of the adornments. They're adorned with the judgment scenes and stuff like that. I think this is actually Ahotep. You see how the Egyptians bury their dead, right? You see these. And yes, I took these pictures in the Cairo Museum. And now I want to show you another set of mummies that is also in the Cairo Museum in a separate section. Look at these. That's a lot different, ain't it? Who are these people, you may ask, that have superimposed their faces on these mummies and are wearing, well, this is a dead giveaway who they are if you know history. There are so many of these. And the Cairo Museum has separated them from all of the others. So I had to walk a great distance to get these pictures inside the Cairo Museum. And even look at the arms. The arms are not even positioned the same. Look at the iconography. Where did these jewels come from? Look at the chain she wearing. None of this is Egyptian culture. Look at these people.
The eyes got bigger.
They got big as hell. And who is this? Look like a school teacher.
That last person you had up, the guy with the reef around his head, I got a clear image on him. I had a good one of him.
Look at this. And why are these away from everything else? I'm going to show you why. I'm going to tell you who these people are. These are who these people are. These are the fam mummies. Where do these people come from? I'll save you the trouble. The fam mummy portraits were an innovation dating to the time of who? The Roman rule in Egypt. Now, unless Rome is in another place that I forgot, That's outside of Africa. Let's click
Rome
on
is
Roman
in
rule.
America along with Kemet. It's both Kemet and Rome.
Let's
And we the
click on the
Moors.
Roman rule in Egypt. Who do we see in the first paragraph? The who? Ptolemaic kingdom. Gives us a date of 30 BC. It says to its loss by the Byzantine Empire. To the what conquest in 641 AD? Islamic conquest. This is what I'm saying. This is not a mystery to anyone who actually studies history of Kemet. This is a mystery to lazy people who want to talk about Kemet and play the phenotype game. We don't have to play the phenotype game. There are, and I got news for you. It wasn't just one type of Arab that invaded Kemet. There were many that came in waves, armies.
Yep,
I mean, and there were more types of people. We talking about Persians, we talking about Assyrians, we talking about Greeks, we talking about Romans.
Exactly.
So many people, and people look you right in the face and say, there is no evidence.
there's no evidence of large scale migrations, and the Egyptians just that
I'm
are
like,
there
what?
now. And it's like, dude, like, do you even read your own records? We're not making stuff up. Like, we're reading the Egyptian records and looking at the artifacts that are telling us these facts.
Like, it's not.
We can read the people who are ruling's own records. The Greeks tell us they went over there and conquered.
You know
the
what
Romans
I'm
tell us they went over there and conquered. The Persians
they not hiding this.
They're not. It's not a secret, and they want to make it seem like it was only 10 people who came and took over, and the rest was just normal Egyptians. Like,
I'm sorry, I just counted 10 mummies in the museum, so I know it was more than 10 folks.
I'm like, come on, B. Like, and this is the stuff that they want to say that we're making up, and then it's just Afrocentric nonsense. I see you want to share your screen, Sean P.
Let's do this, Asar. Since it's just us. This is Nectambo II. 30th dynasty.
Hold on.
Last dynastic period.
You gotta put it on Ben.
Hold on.
Oh.
So, and I'm gonna bring you back or your shared screen back, Sean, when he finished. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so this is Nectambo II. 30th dynasty. It's regarded as the last dynastic period of Kemet in which the ancient people ruled it. Ain't just me that's saying that. What does it say in the first sentence? The last native ruler of ancient Egypt. The last.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. After him, everybody and their mama came through. Look what he says. For several years, Nectambo II successfully in keeping Egypt safe from the who empire? These are Persians.
Yep.
And if you know anything about Asian Persian, that's present day Iran. More Arabs. The battle of Pelusium was fought between the Persians with their Greek mercenaries and the Egyptians with their Greek mercenaries. And where does it say it was at? On the coast of the far east side of the Nile Delta. So when people pull people from that area and they come back with something other than we, expect, you have to know the history of people in that area.
Mm-hmm.
They telling you this is not a secret to anybody. It's embarrassing at this point.
Really?
This is embarrassing.
That's what I say. Like, certain people just have comprehension issues. They don't even study, and this is part of why, on Sunday, why in the grander scheme of things, why the DNA studies are virtually useless when we're talking about ancient Egypt. Like, people don't understand like how long ancient Egypt been in existence and how many people have come and gone in that stretch of land. And when there people tried to take evidence of like one mummy from one time period and make everybody that, regardless if they it comes back that they Black, African or not. Like, that's not how science works.
That's not.
you know so I'm gonna remove.
Hold on, before you remove, let me talk about this brother, because this is who Nectambo II was fighting. And I'm not going to wait.
Artaxerxes.
Artaxerxes. Oh, so we've heard that name before, right? This Xerxes
300.
name, haven't we heard that? That's in 300, right? They didn't just pop it out of thin air to make a movie. There were many people named Xerxes actually in Persia. And Xerxes in the movie was a Persian.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't just come out of nowhere. And look what his nicknames were: the Great King, the King of Kings, the King of Persia, Pharaoh of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
They talking about these people conquered. And what is this language we see right here? Are those hieroglyphics? No, they are not. This is cuneiform. This ain't Medu Neter. What is the debate about? This is what I'm saying. We Black folks are so afraid of being tricked that we overcompensate for some of the lies that have been told, and we don't do the research. So a couple of people come out and show you some images, and it says, "Oh, look at these Egyptians. Don't look at these Egyptians, but look at these Egyptians. They don't look Black to me." And you form this whole thing without going into the history of the area and see the people that tell you, "Yeah, we conquered it."
Mm-hmm.
They told you themselves, man. The Persians ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, they will, but
So
they
the Persians,
got evidence
the
to
Greeks,
back
the
this up.
Syrians, everybody just lied about taking over Kemet.
Well, hold on. I want to first give thanks to Asan Rahim for the gift, and appreciate you greatly. And let me see, Sister Tamika thanks you as well. And so before I go, make sure that y'all thumb up the video, and that you all, I'm not going to play a trailer just yet. Hold on. What is this? I guess I will play a trailer. So again, make sure that y'all hit up westafricabeyond.org and register for the conference of next week. So we got Brother Sean want to share his screen, and who we looking at? You have to unmute your mic.
Oh, it went on mute.
Yeah.
What we're looking at are Asians. This image is actually from the Cairo Museum exactly. So they identify them as Asians in the Cairo, and they'll continue to do so because they know that they're pretty much foreign. So when they made their whole little spiel about, Arabs and so forth, they did great jobs at identifying different people that came into those lands. So if they were clear on what an Asian looked like, of course they were clear on what other foreigners look like. But we see all of this type of artwork, and this isn't modern. None of this stuff that we're seeing, this isn't. It's not ancient. It's all modern artwork that's in these museums, and like Ben said, in central locations. So when you brought that point up, Ben, I had these images and I wanted to get to get to them to like show like, okay, this is where you're starting to see the artistic expression change based on the way that they looked at things, but also who's there and what period and what time. So when we get to like this face right here, a reserved head, why would this even be in ancient Egypt? It doesn't even look like he belongs in ancient Egypt.
It looked like Julius Caesar with a beard.
Let me see if I can make that bigger.
Yeah.
So
like, come on, man. why don't you see any of that in the Old Kingdom, in the Middle Kingdom, in any other type, any part of Egypt, except for when it was about to collapse?
Yeah.
It continues, of course. And you could tell by the headdresses. You could tell by the headdresses.
Yeah.
And again, the eyes.
Man. He gonna call the police on you. Look at him.
Right.
He is calling them folks.
I'm trying to find this image of, because I remember when the last time we went that they like the guide was informing us about like evidence of like Chinese coming into Egypt, and I took photos of the carvings of the Chinese in the Egyptian monuments in the late Greek and Roman period. But even to the extent that you have Chinese people from back in the day in ancient Egypt is fundamental to the discourse. I would say.
Yeah, I was telling Ben, this is boy right there. Yeah, and it's right over a mummy.
Old golden reef. When did Egyptians start wearing golden reefs? When that happened?
I was looking for this other image where now you have a statue that has been erected, and it's really modern, and it's of an Arab. They have a statue now of an actual Arab near like some artifacts and stuff like that. So it gets real murky, but I'm trying to find it. I know it's on down here somewhere. But I'll quit sharing and I'll bring it back whenever we move along. But I just wanted to show people how they just play the games. And the plastering, you can see them all well in all of those tombs because it's still going on.
Exactly.
It's like it's like they going to specific tombs and doing it.
That's a good point that this brother brought up right here. Because the houses are Islamic. Hell, Gambian, Senegalese, they all Islamic too, but they didn't give up their language. So Egyptians are proposed to be the only Africans that said, you know what? I know we built all these structures and these pyramids and this Sphinx and wrote all this stuff in stone, and it took thousands of years, but you know what? Ain't none of this really as good as Allah. We just gonna give it all up.
Exactly.
And
what's interesting is that it's like, for some reason, all the Black African, the quote unquote Black African folks who adopt Christianity and Islam, they keep the major aspects of their culture and things. There's a few exceptions, even with the Fulani, because it really just depends on which Fulani. The Fulani is really responsible for a lot of us getting caught up in the slave trade. Because they was doing all those jihads and causing the instability in West Africa. So that's another conversation. But that is connected to this conversation in terms of why it is a national security issue when we're talking about the inclusion of this particular paradigm um, in their view of indigenous African people. So there's certain people who will do more so of a syncretism, and then there's those who become purist and then want to abandon all aspects of African languages and cultures. But even still, like in Egypt, like in terms of for a lack of a better term is more descriptive, the pale skinned Egyptians, you really can't find too much. There's still some things that they do that is of the Egyptian tradition, um but is not like, for example, like the certain Nubian groups that are there. They're all Muslims too, but there's a syncretism to their Islam in that area, and they're keeping in the tradition of what others have done in terms of syncretism in other parts of Africa when adopting Islam. But with these folks, these other folks, my hypothesis is this: the reason why you don't see that with the more pale skinned Egyptians is because those again are the children of either the Asiatic migrants who came and settled over time, and or those who came as a result of the invasions and had offspring in Egypt, because their culture naturally oriented towards that which was over there in Asia. It was easier for them to abandon because this was still kind of foreign to what was the norm for them, because they was existing in these communities that were bringing these external cultures and kind of settling in these areas. So it's easy, and when my argument also is that the native Egyptians had been pushed further south, and
Absolutely.
when you have that abandoning of territory, but you have this influx of other groups who come and take over into an area, then um you have what you see in the modern times. And so these folks would technically still be descendants of ancient Egyptians, but the question is, are they Remetch versus are they people who lived in Egypt as citizens of Egypt? Just like I'm a citizen of the United States, but I'm not Arapaho. I'm not a descendant of technically I'm a descendant of the British Empire, because on my paternal side there's a European, but on my maternal side is an African woman from Mozambique, who was taken, more than likely probably of Makwa ancestry or ethnic group, I mean. And so but unlike in for like a lot of us here in the United States, because we had an apartheid system, when those slave masters were raping those our great grandmothers and the like, to a certain extent there's some nuance in Louisiana, which is a different discourse. But for the most part everywhere else, those descendants of those marriages, not marriages, of those sexual encounters, mated with other enslaved Africans or people within the oppressed group. And so the color, the phenotypes and things remain steady over time, because we were forced to be in these ghetto situations and isolated and not integrated into the main society. And so, the colors and the phenotypes become steady over time, because even though a European man um and an African woman gave birth to a mixed race child, that mixed race child had continued to have children with another African man or woman, and then their children continue to have children with another African man or woman. And so this is how you can have somebody um who's African American like me with these features, but still have a European haplogroup. And so most African Americans have anywhere between like 20 and 35% European, as a result of these large scale rape situations. And it's probably, of course, increased now due to integration, and people now freely choosing to marry and have children with European people.
Well,
And
brother
so,
Asar, to your point about them being pushed further south, I want to share my screen again to speak to that point.
mhm,
You see my screen?
yeah,
This is a little girl named Maya from the Nubian village. Now, we weren't far from the village that was named after Dr. Ben, but this isn't it. But this is
uh-huh,
a little Nubian girl from 2015 that I saw. These are other Nubian children
mhm,
in that village. So to your point, when you go further south, you start to see more of us. And even when I went with Ashraf Kwesi, he would say, save your money for when we get to the Nubian village to spend it with our people.
exactly.
Because when you're in Cairo, when you're in Luxor, you're not gonna see our people like that. Oh, and it's one other brother I wanted to show. Hold on. This brother was a great tour guide with us, um, and an all around good brother. Wanted to show him. But to your point, you're exactly right. They start being pushed further south. Where is the brother at? There's so many pictures from this
I'm just
from this
waiting.
journey, which
Yeah, I want to share.
I'll see. I think I'm going the wrong way actually. 'Cause, yeah, it was toward the end. Let me show you this guy.
Hold on. So
'Cause
I'm showing
he's
my screen. Like you see, like what you'll also see in these
Go
troll
ahead. I'm
and
about to
fake
find it.
YouTube accounts and the like, is that when they show ancient Egyptian uh depictions of other Africans in the South, they only show the kind that look like the Nuer and the Dinka, and not understanding that these areas house many different other African people, which is why it is dangerous to just say Nubians and to think of Nubian as having one particular type of set of phenotypes. And so when you look at the ancient Egyptian depictions of themselves, they look just like these young brothers that you see here and others. So I'm just going to kind of slide. So you see this young brother, here. This is some photos that I took in the Nubian village in Aswan. And there's two main different sets of quote unquote Nubians that live there. One group comes directly out of inner Sudan. The other group has always been there. Like they've been in that in Aswan in that area since time immemorial, right? And so when they say the quote unquote Nubians, these folks look just like the folks that you see on the walls, and they were just pushed down. So you see this young girl, I don't know, they almost look like the same girl.
I know, right?
Hold on, let me go back.
Oh, and what's that stuff they selling in that shop that you saw? That don't look like no Arab stuff to me.
So this is a Nubian girl.
That looked like some African stuff they were selling in that shop.
So you see this young brother here, this is
Look at that.
like, yeah, this is the work in the shop.
Some African masks. They ain't selling Cabo stuff in there.
Shout out to brother Ankh Benu, who's at the Kukim tour. So that's him right here, and this is one of his connects in the Nubian village, who was translating for us. A conversation we was having with one of the elders, and you see a diversity there.
Yes.
And you see these little kids like this, like if I put King Tut's image, his bust next to these young boys, he looks more like him.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
This is my little video. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, we can see it.
What's your name? What's your name? You know your name?
Oop, my bad.
Damn, gotcha.
And we know that. We know peace.
One love, one love, one love.
This is a short clip. Another one of the brothers who came with us, one of the elders.
Ooh.
They still even doing artwork.
You see that in Benin.
What was they playing in the background, I saw?
What was what?
The music in the background. What was playing?
I don't know. It was on some loud speaker.
Like the morning call?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't like a call to prayer or anything. It was just some music that was playing, like just some kind of local music.
Music just plays in the Nubian villages all day.
I don't know. Let me get on it. So I'm sorry. You wanted to share something?
Yeah. Just wanted to show this one brother. He is from the group, like you said, that came up from the Upper Sudan. Because what people hear Nubia and they tend to think Sudan only, but Nubia is in Egypt as well.
Exactly.
So this brother, and as you can see, he's definitely a brother, and he cleared some of the ways for us to get to some good places, but definitely a good brother. He told me his name was John. I don't know how how accurate that is, or what's his other names, but he told me his name.
My name is Jesse.
Well, he told me his name was John. But you just brought up something, Sean, that I want to show. As far as the music in the Nubian village. See if I can play this real quick. This is if I can play it, it might not play, but oh wait, here we go.
Hold on one second. Pause it. When you shared your video, did you click on the button that said to share audio as well?
I thought I did. Oh, I didn't see that option.
So stop sharing it.
Okay.
And we're going to reshare it again and look for it. and see. It should be like a little check mark because it will be able to hear, but I'm not sure the audience will be able to hear it when you play it when you share it that way.
Yeah, I don't see an audio. I see a cam and let me click cam and mic.
So like when I share my screen, like, and it gives me that choose what to share, between the entire screen window and Chrome tab, I see a little box that says share system audio. You don't see that when you click the share?
Mm-mm.
No, it doesn't for us because we don't have the controls, but we
Okay.
could hear it.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because I see it when I do it, and I wasn't sure.
So that's an example of the music. They play the drums. They do everything. They, as you can see, we're dancing. They got drums that they play. We doing hey, this might look familiar to you, Asar. Like we had a frat house.
Basically.
We having a good time. And when I say we heard that song like the entire time that we were in Nubia, like that was like the song. And they were selling things like this in the Nubian village. Why would they sell that? Just to your point about being pushed further south, but banding together and becoming a community. They decorate their homes in Nubia the same way you see decorations in places like Benin and Nigeria, like decorating the outside of the homes. Like the culture is still there, but when you have a bias and you're looking for something to argue with people, you see what you want to see. It's kind of like, a woman looking through your phone. She gonna find something, she might take it out of context, whatever. She gonna find something. Something is in there because I know it's in there. And that's the type of people, that we're fighting against for, unfortunately.
Speaking of music, I'm gonna click it, and if you can look in the chat, because when I'm playing this, I can't like look at the yours the screen I have y'all on and have this playing at the same time.
Well, they said they heard mine, so
yeah, but I think mine is different. But I think when I click that button, there's an echo. So I'm gonna play it, and for those of you who are listening in a chat, can y'all see the chat?
Yeah,
I got my eyes on it.
Okay, so let me know if they can hear it when I play the video. So this is one of the elders. Y'all probably seen me post this before, and especially those in the Patreon. I know y'all seen this, but this is one of the elders in the village.
And here, God knows all the duty. So they have other idiots. Yesterday, you feel that's why I say I miss you. That's why you come to today. Yes. What's up, bro? That's what I'm You come by the biggest guy. What's that? No, not the biggest. Yeah.
What can you tell us about
Yes, I'm going to make a movie on the show for you now. For the time being, what you do?
All right.
A minute. Good. Come on.
Can y'all in the audience hear the audio?
Yes, sir. It's good.
Yeah, they say
It's a little low, but they can hear it.
That's it. And then for me, I like Bob one. No, I'm on the cry. Yeah. And then we get the blues.
That's the same song.
Oh, you don't know the words.
So you know it ain't no green screen or nothing like that because that's the same song. That's Zane, I'm with you. That joint gotta mean something. I was told it's like a welcoming song, something of that nature, something to welcome people.
Hold on one sec. I just want to thank Amedix82 for your donation, and Sister Sylvia Stewart, thank you for your donation. Is greatly appreciated, and I have received via the Cash App to Devin, I want to say, or Devon, I want to thank you, and to Jay Burke, I want to thank you for your contributions. So I did receive them, and I acknowledge them, and want to thank you all. All right, I'm sorry. Go continue.
No, I was just saying, like the brother, Mr. Untouchable says, absolute cohesion. I mean, it looks like we were in close proximity to each other where we visited.
Now
like
they got a hold of some of them West African djembes.
It looked like, and if you see, I was just looking at the iconography and the mask in the back, like they selling African stuff. Ain't no, there wasn't no Qurans and no, that stuff back there. They were selling African stuff, but you won't see those masks and things like that in Cairo and in Luxor. They're not selling that, so.
Let me see if I can find this other video, and you can. I'm sorry, continue. But it's another kind of dance. But I think it was on our first. Was it our first day? It may have been our second. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna at this point is it's not argued amongst the informed. It's argued amongst the uninformed that have an agenda. And you have to keep that in mind when you listen to people from other platforms that don't have any credit hours in the subject. Myself and Asar, we got tired of looking at stuff in books. So we decided to go, and we actually went the same year. I just went in July and you went in August.
Yeah.
And then I returned the next year with my wife, and we had a wedding ceremony in the temple of Luxor or Ibiraset. So, there's nothing like going to Egypt, and for people that are thinking about going, I would say go. Don't just get on a plane and go. Try to find you a tour like Unc Banu's tour, Ashraf Quasi's tour, Tony Browder's tour, something like that, because what people don't tell you about Egypt is everything ain't in one spot. We had to take plane rides in Egypt to get some of these spots, because if you drive, you're gonna be driving for days. So, it was we started in Cairo, and Cairo is great. Don't get me wrong, but there's not a lot of writing in Cairo. You have to go, further down to Luxor and visit, the temples to see, a lot of the writing. And then from there, we took another plane to go to Aswan. And then we took another plane to go to Abu Simbel, where the great King Ramesu II's temple is, and his temple to his wife. So I mean, it's a hump, and it's hot. But if you want to visit and see these things for yourself, try to find you a tour. I will speak to what Mr. Untouchable just said. You're not going to find, a large population of us. So if you want to go to West Africa first, I completely understand, because you're going to have to go all the way down south in Egypt before you start to see some of us. But if you are interested in going in Egypt, try to find you a tour that can get you a bundle to hit, the different cities. So you can hit the Cairo Museum and the Nubian Museum and all the other museums that they have.
But when you go, be careful if you do not know how to read hieroglyphs, because one of them souvenir people gonna give you one of these cards with these hieroglyphs on it.
Oh, I forgot
talk about the vulture. It says the meaning of hieroglyphs. The vulture likes traveling everywhere. The N, romantic and thoughtful. The B, foot glyph, active and genius. Like, this is some BS. If you don't study the glyphs, you see this, you will think that this is what this stuff means. Kepper right here. Good luck.
Good luck.
L, the lion, the Rue glyph, bossy. Really?
Ujawu is somewhere rolling over his grave, and he ain't even dead.
Look, this is when you've been. This is evidence that you was there officially. You get one of these damn cards.
It's funny as hell.
I'm trying to find that one video still, but I saw that. I was like, oh, let me get because there's another one too. Hold on. Dang, how do you rotate? Dang, it won't let me rotate. Oh well, but y'all can see. Well, it ain't got the meanings or whatnot, but these are pretty accurate. Let me see. Yeah, these are pretty accurate. But it's this one, like when you get to the place where like they make the papyrus.
Oh yeah, where they make the paper.
Yeah,
I got that. I might have that video somewhere when I went, and they actually show you how they made the paper for the papyrus. Yep, I have it.
Hold on one sec. I'm trying to find this one. Nope, we're at the what video is this? Yeah, here we go. So still on the music tip. So like you can see they're making those cheap trinkets. Like this is where they're making them live, so you can see them over here on the right hand side of the video here. But you notice like the rhythms are different.
Yep.
In the music.
And I forgot that in the Nubian Museum in the village where we pulled up at, the only king that you saw being revered was Taharka.
Mm-hmm.
He was loud and proud out there, and there was also mention of Shabaka. Both of those kings we know rose from the south, from that area. So these people know who they are. They know their lineage. They know where they came from. Also, Sobek is really big in the Nubian villages. So much so that they actually keep crocodiles in the in cages there and feed them. So that's a big thing when you go to the Nubian villages. You'll see crocodiles, just random crocodiles in cages. So be careful where you sit.
Why do they keep asking this question?
What
Have
question?
they read the actual the King Tut DNA? Have you actually read it?
A good place to read that, brother, is DNA Tribes. If you type in DNA Tribes King Tut test, it might come up. I don't know why people keep saying R1B Euro-Asian DNA for King Tut when King Tut's official results from the team that was hired by Egypt in present day, it was never released
at all.
So I don't know why.
They got it from this. It was some company who saw on a videotape a glance at something, and then went and made a guess at that it was going to be this R1B, which still
because
could be a
TV
haplogroup.
show. It was a TV show covering it, and they had a quick shot of some DNA on the screen or something.
Yeah.
And the thing about TV is you don't know if that was actual DNA results or not. If anybody's in TV or has been on TV.
Yeah.
So people have taken that image and blown it up and say, see, this is what they didn't want you to see. No, it was probably the opposite, because the Egyptian government, once they got the results from that DNA testing company, they refused to release them.
Exactly.
So DNA Tribes went behind that company and took markings and got their results. So that's the only actual results from a DNA testing company that we have on King Tut. And if you go look at those results, matter of fact, let me pull them up for you.
Yeah, and another good author who talks about this is Dr. Kipkoech Sambu. So, to give some context on who he is, he is an African born in Kenya, and he is of the Collagen people. And he grew up hearing, as part of just the general education of his people, that they come from Egypt and that they were a warrior tribe. And so you got to kind of understand, in Africa, prior to the modern age, whole ethnic groups would be responsible, or at least would be known for certain types of jobs and industries within any given culture, right? And so there's some groups like the nomadic, like the so-called magi, where actually, which were different, groups of Africans. Magi isn't an ethnic name, but there's different groups of people who were like even for example, like the Greeks were mercenaries in the Egyptian army, and so they all cluster and they have their own regimes. And so the proto-collagen in their history or whatnot has them in Egypt, and as a result of losing battles, I think either to the Greeks or the Persians, or it was definitely during or after the Greek period, but after that they got pushed to the south, and they continued their journey through Sudan over the years, and then to Uganda, Kenya, and parts of Western Ethiopia. And so he did his PhD dissertation, investigating that oral tradition to see if it had any merit to it. And his PhD dissertation, was kind of split up and made into 2 books on the subject. And let me see what the name, because I know one of them is the Kip Koich Sambu. Let me make sure I got the names correct. I have the books, but they're in Philly. So we have the Missouri Legend Explored, a linguistic inquiry into the collagen people's oral tradition of ancient Egyptian origin. And let me see. And that's actually the second book. And the first book, which is kind of hard to find now, it is called The Collagen People's Egypt Origin Legend Revisited. Was Isis, a study in comparative religion. And that was published in 2007. The other book, I think, was like 2011.
Is that Kyosuke Jungle?
No, this is Dr. Kipkuich Sambu.
Yeah, I remember him.
So,
those books are expensive.
Yeah, like one's out of print, it looks like, and that's the original text that came out in 2007. So it looks like the Missouri Legend Explored, the linguistic text is still available. But I know from reading the text, and I cite it quite heavily in some of my works. He provides some of that testimony from the Greeks of a situation in which this particular army, which were the proto-collagen, saying were pushed down, for example, and like they headed south. And so that's just one text. And so there's others that is not as direct as this one, but you would have to put together, based on the clues of the entire text itself. So when I think of them, and that's just the disadvantage of me not having all my books behind me. They're still in Philly, but I do appreciate your question and for your donation. Let me see. Let me see. The shows cohesion. That joint must mean something. Okay. And Sean, we need. Brother Chavez says, "Hey Sean, we need Kofi to sample that and put it in an instrumental." Let me say, I'm banging on Islam. I got Arab artifact. They ain't in museums. They are in the cities and very modern.
Yeah, they got artifacts in Egypt. They just in the city and they're all recent.
Yeah, because you'll see a mosque built on top of churches that are built on top of temples.
It's in Ibn Raset. There's a mosque on top of it.
Mm-hmm.
But let me share that picture.
He said, "Nope, that's right. They ain't selling no mask. You're not gonna find it in Cairo." There you go.
So this is DNA tribes. You see, it's a genetic analysis of our mummies. You see the results.
Mm-hmm. You may need to blow your screen up a bit bigger.
Is that better?
Document a little bit bigger so that you can see the numbers. Well, yeah,
this is as big as I can get it. But for those that are having a hard time to see, it says South African, the African Great Lakes, tropical West African, Horn of Africa, the Sahelian, the Levant. All these places we we kind of figured, but tropical West African is what they like to ignore, And I have to zoom out a little bit to get or it might be on the other. Yeah, there it is. So you see this map and these circles are what they're saying, or the high areas where these mummies came from. And you see where they have circled. They're not over here, not over there. They're right in Africa, in the part of Africa in which these people want nothing to do with for some reason. I'll have to look for the one from King Tut, but his says something similar. And Mujawa has put something in the chat, so you guys can check that out. But like I said, this is not argued amongst the informed people, and I gotta continue to say that because there are uninformed people that are trying to pretend like they are informed people. Unfortunately, people do that to get clicks, views, likes. Some of them do that to defend some type of patriotism that they've gotten overnight, knowing that they don't have anything to do with this civilization. But it is what it is.
Indeed. So they having a whole debate in the chat. So I heard that Mande griots have a similar music mythology to that of that ancient Egyptians. Do you have some insight into them, into the Mande? That's not my area.
You'd have to talk to Brother T'Challa Bangora. He would have more insight on that since he's a musician of that area.
Yeah, musicologist of that area. So yeah, holla at Brother T'Challa.
Of the Kofi Pi-Sci TV research team.
Indeed. Let's see. Let me see. So here are the most used resources. I guess I can open it now to folks who want to come in and just join a conversation. So let me copy if you wants to be. And for those of you who are watching on Twitter, first and foremost, thank you for listening. But secondly, if you are commenting, the comments don't show up here. It will show up on the Twitter feed, but it doesn't show up here, so I can't see it. And so if you want to comment and you want me to see it, then you'll have to come on to the YouTube channel and put it in the chat. But here is the link. I'm gonna spell it LANK on purpose to join the conversation. And I guess I would have to. Can anyone who is a moderator,
I can drop it,
put it to the top, or do I have to do that?
You'll have to pin it in the YouTube streets.
Okay, so let me go ahead and.
Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Tears of Ra refers to how he created man, right?
Yeah,
that story.
Yeah, I saw that question in the chat, so I wanted to answer that. So, Brother Boom,
but he's asking that because that I guess that was phrased on another platform, and I remember someone saying it. I just kind of ignored the noise. It's just a metaphor.
Yep. I mean, Egyptian creator deities create man out of a bunch of things.
And in that situation, it is just one of those where it's two things that is going on here. The common practice of paronymy and using words that sound similarly to create some kind of narrative or story and or cultural ideas and frameworks. And then the second idea, which is what they were trying to articulate is how the relationship between man and the cosmos, and that it wasn't simply just an ex nihilo creation, but that we emanate from the deity itself. So that's what's being articulated as being children of God, and we have in amongst a certain Bantu people who have a similar thing where we come from the tears of God, and maybe I'll do a show on that one day. But like to welcome to the panel, Brother Wujawu. Thank you for coming through. You can unmute your mic.
Oh yeah, that would help. Yeah, peace. Yeah, talking to myself. Yeah, peace. Black Panther, Sean P.
What's going on?
Yeah, I came onto the show late, so I'm just playing catch up. I came in and you were showing when I came in, you were actually showing the video clip. One of you all was showing a video clip of the person in Nubian Village, I think.
Okay.
And then I saw the DNA conversation in the chat.
Let's see.
So yeah, and I know you're going to address that Sunday. So I think that's a very good and timely topic, because a lot of people convert a cultural topic, of identity, then they stay down on the DNA level, and it really doesn't inform. It really doesn't answer the questions that they think they're asking. So that's going to be a good topic to talk about.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'll be focusing on and briefly, and so just to kind of give the listeners a heads up, I'm gonna be sharing in the description of the show on Sunday a few articles that discuss how historians, for example, view the use of DNA to try to make historical narratives and the problematics with it. And so, that's kind of a lot to try to discuss unto itself. So I'm going to mention them, and then, I'm going to have a link to where you can download them. And so the link will be good for 7 days. And then after that, who knows? But I want to kind of, I'll be reading a little bit from this on Sunday, and this is Ethnic Identities in the Land of the Pharaohs by Dr. Urosh Matik. If I'm saying that correct, or Matisse. I've never heard his name. Well, I think I've actually heard his name pronounced, but of course I'm getting old, and I just forgot what he's talking about. But and how it's pronounced. But
that's it. You got old, you forgot.
Look, it's like I always get
it's
in
pronounced. It's pronounced Deshaun.
Deshaun.
It is not.
That's how people be butchering names. I mean, you see, it's spelled nothing the way people say certain things. I've seen it. Matic. Yeah, Deshaun.
Basically.
Close enough, right?
But it's a good text, and it kind of puts into perspective. There's certain things that it's I wish he was stronger in, but overall, it puts into perspective. He talks about craniometry, the Hamitic question, the whole concept of race, scientific racism, and Egyptian depiction of foreigners, et cetera, et cetera. This is one section I wanted to kind of read. Skeletal remains, and the use of trying to use pots in terms of ethnicity and the whole nine. And so like something that we gotta keep in mind, like on page 9, he states he says ethnic labels are not fixed because the identities and the relations to which they are applied are in a constant flux of inclusion and exclusion. According to M. Fisher, ethnicity is reinvented and reinterpreted with each generation by each individual. Ethnicity is not something that is simply passed on from generation to generation, taught and learned. It is something dynamic, often unsuccessfully repressed or avoided. And, there's this other quote here. It says, ancient Egyptians did not have the concept of race, as their attitudes towards people were based on cultural status and not color. And I have a whole bunch of, but I'm just, just
That's something I
randomly.
say all the time, boy.
But the
Culture is
book
king.
again. Oh, I'm sorry. What you saying?
No, I said that's something I just been advocating for the longest of times. I said culture is king, and that's just something people got to just swallow. Just swallow it and close your mouth and put your hand over your mouth, pinch your nose, just take it. Just take it.
He says, what did he say? Asar make me a mod. I don't know. I gotta see what you're gonna do with that mod power. He says, yes, that's why I asked, because Zulu equals rain, sky, Kalanga of the sun, or belonging to the sun. There's more tribes in the south that have these types of names. All right. Says, thanks for clarifying that phrase. You're welcome. And so I'm sorry. So
the Potter's Wheel is still a classic comment.
What do you say?
The Potter's Wheel, the understand or the perception of what Seti said back in the day, just shows the error in understanding what the Remech were actually saying, and it comes from his handicap, because he was regurgitating something that he had learned or heard someone else say. How was saying that they were actually making men on the Potter's Wheel, but they were actually fashioning character.
Yeah, because it was two. First of all, it was two males. So, I don't know where the sisters came in. the Egyptians weren't rolling like that
at all.
But his whole point for doing that was to avoid the entire conversation about human beings being classified as great ape. Because remember, that was the motivation that got him stuck there.
And even still, just because someone has a myth about a creation does not mean it mirrors reality. And that's what a lot of us who have religious thinking can't seem to grasp at times. That just because Africans or even non-Africans say that their tradition says this about human origins, that it mirrors reality. And I tell folks, based on the evidence, every single ancient tradition that talks about a first human male and a first human female are all wrong. Every last one of them. There's no such thing as a first human. There's no point in time where you can pinpoint that. When we understand evolution. But
everybody failed that test. All right. We don't have to grade on a curve.
And people still mad at me over saying that mathematics is not science. I'm still catching hell in the comments.
Not. Let it go.
I'm just used to. I know, for the folks who are going back to the conference, they're not used to being bombarded with a whole bunch of hate comments regarding their their views. I'm like, that's me every time I turn on Facebook.
Yeah.
Over something I said, from all angles. People who be on my side one day, and then I say something, then I'm the mortal enemy the next day. it's just something I'm used to.
I told somebody on TikTok that Tamahu didn't mean white people, and they were upset.
Yeah, it's not cool that people that are prominent in the community still use it in that sense, and that just keeps it floating around.
I mean, we got so much stuff to clean up. We got people still refer to Europeans as cave dwellers. And I'm like, well, what about our brothers in South Africa who were the first cave dwellers?
Basically, you can't be liking not liking caves. That's how. See, in a different direction, that's how I see a lot of, like the problematics with not liking something just because other people do it. Like it has to have some kind of underlying value or some kind of function that is either beneficial or non-beneficial for one to judge. Because these same folks, for example, when African scholars make arguments and make points based upon their own research, there's certain of us, we'll call them Negropeans for the time being, who just automatically dismiss their arguments. But then as soon as you find white collaboration for the points that are made by the African scholars, then all of a sudden they want to they may be open to it. And this is a type of mindset that is very detrimental to the forward movement and support of the scholarship, because they don't understand how to evaluate something based upon the logic of the argument and the evidence of it. And so it's just because of who is saying it, and then what group of the that the person belongs to, that the researcher belongs to, whether they dismiss it or not. So now you see white people lived in caves. Now they were cave dwellers. Okay, well, we got black folks in caves, we got black artwork in caves and stuff like this, and now they don't want to take the stuff back. It's like they act like black people weren't killing folks before. Like everybody in Egypt was living a ma'atic life, that they didn't discriminate against other groups. Like they were just all spiritual and had incense, and they was just dancing and worshiping the gods. Like, no, you have letters in the ancient Egyptian literature. For example, this one lady is writing a letter to her husband, wondering why he has wandering eyes for other women. Right. And there's another one where a brother is writing a letter to his dead wife, scolding her. And on some, just because you dead don't mean you can't get this work. Like that's essentially the spirit of the letter. He's complaining about her and all this other kind of stuff, and it's like it's just very interesting. So they there's a human component that people fail to link up in these conversations, and they were just as human as you and I. There was people cheating. There was a strip club and bar in ancient Egypt. Most people don't know that.
If you look at that Terran papyrus, you're gonna have some questions.
So peace and blessings. Welcome, Brother Lionel, to the panel. Thank you for joining us.
What's up, everybody? How y'all doing today?
We're doing well. We're doing well. Yourself?
I just got off the phone with my man Gullah Geechee. We was having a nice little convo and stuff like that, exchanging books. But there was a strip club in Egypt.
it wasn't like a strip club, but it was a strip club. Like it was the closest thing to a strip club. They had bars and titty, you know, they had what it was in a later period though. It wasn't like in the old kingdom or middle kingdom. It was in the later period. So to what degree it was you know, foreign influence. I don't know. Let me give a text to recommend so y'all can read all of this stuff. Go to Amazon. I think it is the intellectual of Africa. What is that text name? Here we go. It's the intellectual. Let me share my screen. Chrome, Amazon, Bong. So it's the intellectual traditions of pre-colonial Africa. And when I was a student in undergrad at the University of Houston, and I was taking one of my Africana studies classes, this was one of the texts that we had to purchase. And so what it is, and this is what inspired me to develop a book, which I have yet to publish, but I have some of the entries, called The Intellectual Traditions of Alpha Phi Alpha. And but I have yet to publish it. But this text here is just a collection of writings from the most ancient time in Africa, of course, dealing with ancient Egypt, to some modern literature, and in all areas and aspects of life. So you'll see some of those love poems and letters and all kinds of other stuff, and some kind of excerpts in terms of the proverbs and the like. And so this is one book in which you can get. And there's this other book by is it by Malefe?
Do you know Dr. Gerald Horn? Because you said you went to University of Houston.
Not off the back. What year did he arrive? Because
I have no idea. I know that he teaches up there. You know Dr. Gerald Horn, right? He wrote The Counter Revolution in 1776.
That's the he's in the history department.
Yep.
Yeah. I've seen him. I didn't take any of his classes.
Okay.
And I really didn't like he's one of them individuals that I seen him but didn't realize who he was while I was there. You know, and so it's only recently, like within the last few months, did I come to realize, because someone told me. Matter of fact, Dr. Jahi Issa is just like, yeah, you don't know about him? I'm like, and then I went and looked at his photo. I'm like, yeah, I remember him. He teaches at U of H. And but I didn't take his classes because I think he was in a different department. And so I think he taught some African American studies classes then, because it's just weird how it was set up, because U of H has an African American studies program. And when I got there, I took the 12 hours for the African American studies program, and I wasn't supposed to. I was supposed to be taking African studies classes. And that was different because I was in business at the time, because I initially went to school to be an accountant. And so in the business school, you had to take classes in the international genre or whatnot. So you can take Asian studies, you can take African studies, or you can take South American studies, or Americas, but mainly I think it was South America. And so I didn't get a chance to really, because he wasn't in that area to take his courses. But let me see.
But going back to what you said, how a lot of cats be thinking about like Black history was just like African history was all like, you know, heaven and stuff. I got a whole book on the Berbers and how much of like gangsters they are. Like, you know, they
Yeah.
be raped. They a bunch of desert pimps. Like,
Yeah. Oh, before we go there, I just want to give this second recommendation. So along that same line, there's this book edited by Dr. Molefe Asante, or created by Dr. Molefe Asante. It's called The African Intellectual Heritage. And so this book is kind of big. And if you can get it, see, this says hardcover $200, but the paperback is about $40, used or whatnot. But this is one of those kind of like coffee table books, but in there it's kind of almost the same blueprint. You'll find texts of ancient Egypt in the beginnings, and then it kind of just goes forward in time. So some stuff from Timbuktu, some stuff from Ethiopia, you know, going all the way to, you know, even African American, you know, excerpts in literature. So it's a big, thick book. It's
hmm.
bigger than the other book that I recommended, but this is also a staple in Africana studies. So you know you got to get these texts, and so you'll be able to compare thoughts and find the similarities in African thought when you get some of these texts. So I will stop my sharing now. There we go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But
But
I said, you know, the Berbers, they a bunch of gangsters and all that, you know, desert pimps, you know, so, cause that, you know, people want to say Africa was like spiritual, but, you know, we got a bunch of desert pimps up there enslaving people. Like, you know,
indeed. Well, first, before I respond, I want to acknowledge and say thank you to Villainous Ninja for your generous donation. It is very much and greatly appreciated. Thank you very much again. All righty. And yes, and this is something that I speak about all the time in terms of the culture of nomadic pastoralists or just nomads in general. They tend to like I said with the Fulani, like the reason why West Africa was so unstable and was ripe for the slave trading and raiding is because of the Fulani and the jihads that they were exacting all across West Africa. And you know, it's the same thing with the Berbers, it's the same thing with the Collagen, it's the same thing with the Afar. You know, all these groups have a similar culture. And this has been a center of study for a number of scholars. So you know, it prompted me to look into the culture of honor amongst pastoralists and to see to what extent that in regards to the Abrahamic religions, you know, help to shape the dynamic and the inner logic of those traditions. And so you'll see, you know, why, for example, the Israelites try to justify, you know, the raiding of Canaan, you know. And so and like one of the things that I say, one of the reasons why I can't rock with the Bible is because, you know, you have God who at the beginning was able to command and create everything in the universe. So the Israelites become enslaved, become an oppressed people in Egypt. They, you know, Moses comes to rescue and they're up and leaving. And the first thing God does to the first thing God commands of the Israelites is to go into Canaan and to murder everyone and to take the land. After giving them the commandments of thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not steal, you know, coming off the mountaintop of Mount Sinai. So the inner logic of the people, all they know is how to raid and take things from people who already build. So they couldn't even imagine putting in their story that God would or could be able to just find them some empty land and they just build from scratch. But nomadic pastoralists don't like building from scratch. They like taking stuff that people have already built and built on top of that. So, you see this common set of behaviors throughout history from these nomadic hordes, these nomadic pastoralist groups, whether they are like the
The
Genghis Khan,
Germans,
I'm sorry,
the Germans,
the
they were
Germans, the Romans, the Greeks, the Mongoloids, the again, even some of the earliest Egyptians. That's why it's a lot of cattle culture among them. The collagen, the Nuer, the Dinka, these folks, they raid. In matter of fact, there's literature in ancient Egypt where they
describe the Israelites, lo the miserable Asiatic, he has no place to
yeah,
go.
besides that, but that's in conjunction, or that's further evidence of that type of behavior and lifestyle. But they're talking about, for example, some raids that was coming from the south, from the quote unquote Nubians, who they would come in, raid and steal stuff and then leave. They would never conquer. They didn't want to take over none. They just wanted to steal what you already got and go. And so even in that particular text, the one that you mentioned, they kind of mentioned that, talking about the Asiatics roaming, excuse me, um, been fighting since the time of Horus, never being conquered, but never conquering. Like they never like take over a place and build, like they just come and raid and steal. That's all throughout the literature. And so we got to look at that dynamic and see how that plays out in the development of certain types of culture, religious traditions, and the like, and especially values. And so, and not only that, if you read a book by Malcolm Gladwell titled
Cultural honor, that's the one you mentioned in your show a few years ago. It had the gun and the musket. I mean, not the musket,
Yeah,
the flintlock pistol and the sword locked together.
correct. Um, and so, and there's many other texts that are along those lines, but it's not The Tipping Point. That's one of the books that he wrote. I'm speaking about Malcolm Gladwell. But dang it, what was it? Anyway, this text that I'm thinking of, uh he he um he talks about how the Native Americans, how certain groups were just, they were farmers and the like, but when the European came and introduced the horse, and they took up the European culture in terms of the nomadic pastoralist culture, they then started acting like, the traditional folks who are nomadic pastoralists. So like it's
Yeah, it changed the game.
yeah, so now they start raiding and doing all of this other kind of stuff. So like it's something about the lifestyle. And so the lifestyle, you know, because now your wealth is associated with how much cattle you have. And cattle can only breed so much. So what you have to do is raid other people for cattle, and then they'll just steal women in the process, but they steal the women not necessarily to just rape them and do what they want, but they'll sell them to other folks, because to uh, the bride price is paid in cattle. So they're just a means to an end to get more cattle, because the wealth and prestige is in cattle in these particular types of societies. So it's just very interesting.
Yeah,
Um,
even with African, like a lot of African societies, like there was something where my teacher, he told me an account. This was like in middle school, where when the Europeans had got, I think maybe somewhere in West Africa, it was around the coast, and they started kind of doing European gun running. So what they did was they had like brought a horse to show the like they had brought a horse like in front of this tribe, and they had a European shoot the horse with a musket, and they was like, we gonna, like if you give us like, resources and stuff like that, we'll give you guns, to take
Yep.
down the horse. So you had a lot of Africans like, okay, I'll raid this people over here to get these rifles, you know. So it changed the game.
And it's interesting because the downfall of all of that is that they didn't even try to reverse engineer and make the stuff for themselves. Unlike this one Bantu group in South Africa, and once the European figured out that they were reverse engineering and creating guns,
Uh-oh.
they put an end to that. But that's what the Africans should have been doing. And this is how, like, there's a documentary that is on Amazon right now that I highly recommend everybody watch, and it's called How China Got Rich.
Mm.
And it goes through the steps of how they were, kind of, when they was just fully communist, and how they, were just at the bottom of the bottom, and the process in which they were able to make themselves a world power in 40 years.
Yeah, that was Mao doing that for real, because he had to do that with the Cultural Revolution, because they was backwards.
Yeah.
Like
The Outliers. That's the book that I was talking about, by Malcolm Gladwell. I'm sorry, I was just searching for something else, and then I'm looking through my old Amazon orders for this other book. But I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it was Mao. He kind of really helped modernize China, because he had burned a lot of their old traditional clothing, because a lot of them was on drugs,
Yeah.
opium and all that type of stuff. Because the British came over, and was like, we're gonna get y'all on smack with the opium wars. So
That's how they do you.
yeah,
This exactly that's why what was it? Crack and heroin coming to the black community in the 70s and 80s.
yeah, we gotta be alleged with that one though. We gotta be alleged with that.
I ain't know
that ain't particularly proven yet.
I ain't they asses did it.
Yeah, but we gotta kind of get out of that. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We kind of gotta get out of that like romantic view to a certain degree about the African continent. I think to a certain degree we kind of gotta look at John Henrik Clark for kind of romanticizing, you know what I'm saying, African history to a degree, because he has said some stuff similar to that. So we gotta look at the historicity, and kind of take the I'm not gonna say the biasness, because every person who writes is biased anyway, because it's different historiographies and all that type of stuff. So we gotta kind of look at it from a pragmatic point of view, African history from a pragmatic point of view.
Indeed. I'm just kind of looking at some of the books that I purchased on Amazon, and I'm gonna share my screen, kind of so y'all can see some of what I'm working with. I got a lot of journal articles as well, but there's a few books that so here's that one text, Culture of Honor, the Psychology of Violence in the South, New Directions in Social Psychology. So that's kind of the starter. And then I have this other text, Less Than Human, Why We Demean, Enslave, and Exterminate Others. So you'll get some of that Culture of Honor discourse in there as well. How the Irish became white. I think
Oh,
it's
that's a classic.
yeah. Africa, studying the cultural ideas, social values of African people, crowns, the rise and fall of language, rise by natural. This is just a good book to get, so you can kind of understand how this is a natural knowledge in pre-classical antiquity. Mott T. Green. And so you can kind of learn how, continuing the Yahweh discourse, just how people revere nature and it becomes deities and myths, are really kind of stories about relationship of natural phenomena and storms and the like. Let me see. This here, divinity experience the religion of the Dinka. You'll get some of it. It's not going to be labeled as culture of honor, but you'll see it. Like once you recognize of what it is, you'll see it in this text here by Dr. Godfrey Leinhardt. It's called Divinity and Experience, the religion of the Dinka.
You know a book you should grab that's really good at talking about like this discourse too?
Uh-huh.
You should grab a book called Slavery in the Arab World by Murray. He talked there's like the first chapter in there he talked about how the Arabs they were even before Islam they were pretty much pastoral slave traders still.
Mm-hmm.
And then Islam comes in and it justifies it.
Indeed. And so even I just heard someone come in. So we'll add him and then we'll be back. And so like this one here, All God's Children, the Bosket family and American tradition of violence. And so this is one of the earliest books that traces. So if you know anything about Bosket, I think he was one of the first young men that was like sentenced to death for some murders in New York, and in terms of young black youth. And when they did an analysis of his life, they were showing like how like it's a trend from generation to generation of just these violent males, but they trace it back to the violence of the Europeans who came and settled, the Scot Irish who came and settled in places like Kentucky, where his ancestors were settled in terms of slavery and things. And so it really gets into that culture of honor, how that violent culture of honor coming out of the British Isle and the Scots Irish and their wars and stuff trickled down into the United States and created that, what you saw in the other book on the culture of violence dealing in the South in general. Like all of these stories are connected in a way. And so this is just a good text to get along those lines.
Do you know why the Irish people are redheads today?
I mean, the simple answer is genes, but
They're
the process, I don't have that in my head.
they're redheads because the Norsemen would keep on invading them, and they'd be like raping the women, and that's why like red hair that's not a common trait within like Scotland.
Mm-hmm.
That's you see that more in common with the Norse people, the Vikings. So like they kept on raiding the women and stuff, and that's why a lot of them redheads today.
I believe it. What is this? I'm trying to find this other book. Okay, so in the book that I'm writing, I'm also looking into if the nature of violence is kind of inherent in the genes. And so like one good book looking at it is The Bonobo and the Atheists in Search of Humanism Among the Primates. Right. But then there's an opposite book that I also bought of that. The Worlds of the Maasai Warrior is a good text, but here's the one I was looking for. Demonic Males, Apes and the Origins of Human Violence, 1997.
That sounds like that's a dope title.
Yep. So y'all just be thinking I read and study just Egypt all day.
Oh,
But here's a good book as well. It's called Cattle Bring Us to Our Enemies: Turkana Ecology, Politics, and Rating in a Equilibrium System. And so with this book, the title is very telling. So what it's telling, so remember what I said earlier, that for nomadic pastoralist groups, cattle is everything. Cattle is king. Cattle is your source of wealth. And because, cattle can only give birth to so many offspring per year, you'll be waiting a long time for your population to naturally double and things. So what you have to do is go raid other people for their cattle and goods. And so if you are a tribe that has a lot of cattle or a lot of wealth, you can understand the title. Cattle bring us to our enemies, because their enemies is always looking for them to raid and steal their cattle. And so this text goes through the whole kind of culture of honor thing in amongst the Turkana people in East Africa. And so like once you start understanding this and you start really kind of examining the Haparu, the Hebrews, the Arabs, the Mongoloids, the Germanic tribes, et cetera, you'll see that they all independently developed the similar and the same culture and values because of the mode of production and the lifestyle that they live. It just lends itself to those types of attitudes and kind of interactions with other human beings. And
you
so
sound
I'm sorry, go ahead.
you sound like a socialist when you just said the modes of production. Would you be using Marxism as a you be using the dialectics of materialism to look over the?
No, I just articulate using English words exactly what I mean in the moment. And so when we're talking about their production in terms of their lifestyle and subsistence strategies and the like, that's how they live their life. And so their mode of production and subsistence lifestyle lends to the type of behavior that you see. Because, for example, one of the things it talks about is how like these are where your warrior societies come from. So, for example, like when you look into ancient Egyptian culture, the people that made up their army were all nomadic pastoralist groups.
The
And
Beijing.
they were the metallurgists. So like even when you in the biblical tradition, when you're looking at the Kenites and their god Yahweh, the violent storm god, the warrior god, like these groups always imagine God in a warrior type way, because these people are warriors. They always have to be on guard, not only because they're protecting cattle, but they of course have to protect their people from other people who are trying to steal their cattle and to raid amongst themselves. So like you always have to be on guard, and which is why the elder is not seen and revered as much, because they're seen as old and weak, versus the young warrior, who is able to protect. Which is why like in ancient Egypt, you always see the king represented young, even though, like, for example, Ramesses was supposed to have ruled like 50 years or so.
Yeah, like he was 90 years old when he passed. That's
You
what I.
know, exactly. And so, but you never see an old picture of Ramesses or any king because they're always wanting to present themselves as a young bull, a young fighting, someone be seen as somebody that can protect the country. So they always have to be seen as vibrant and whatnot. But that comes from their pastoralist background and tradition. And so, in a lot of these, amongst a lot of these groups, it is the nomadic pastoralists that are also part of their mode of production is they're the metallurgists, because they're the ones who go and mine and take the ores and make weapons and things. And so, like, when you talk about the Kenites of the biblical tradition, these people were, basically Arabs who were metallurgists, who would roam kind of North Africa, Arabia, in the Sinai, and in the Levant, going from mine to mine, mining ores, creating weapons and selling them, and or being vigilantes in people's armies and things. So this is how they
Wow.
made their living. And so, all of this is relevant in terms of history, in terms of, particular human interactions, and how they are perceived amongst, saying other people. When you think about the Shaka Zulu, and him just his way of creating the Zulu nation was just to go and ravage and kill off and force others into the thing. That's just the nature of these types of groups.
Mm.
And,
Yeah, because he,
it's a subject of study amongst historians and anthropologists and the like. I can
because
stop.
Shaka Zulu, he changed African warfare, to really be honest with you. Because when you like look at like African warfare, it was basically like Native American warfare, where it was guerrilla type warfare. It wasn't really a lot of people getting killed. But Shaka Zulu came through, was like, I'm gonna have y'all run on thorns and run 50 miles a day every day, and we gonna cut the spear down, and we gonna start just exterminating people. You know?
Indeed.
Yeah,
I'm trying to catch up in the chat, and just want to welcome Muhammad to the the Mbongi. Peace and blessings. And how are
what's
you,
up,
and
baby?
what's on your mind? If you are there still, his mic is unmuted.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're very low.
Very
I don't
low.
know if you're close to the mic or whatnot, but you sound very low.
How about right now? Is this
We
better?
can,
Is better. We
Is
can hear
it?
you. But go ahead.
Because I can hear you very clearly, but I imagine, yeah, because the device that I'm using is really run down and really moth eaten, really old device. So
I
because
see.
I'm a poor person, but but so really, really sorry for inconvenience in that respect. But but I just want to make sure that at least you can hear me comprehensively, or is it very difficult?
No. You're good now. Like you was really low, and like I didn't even know you were talking. And so but then I listened carefully, and then I was like, okay. But now you sound a lot better. You're not as loud as uh, as my ideal, but we can hear you clearly.
Right, right. Yeah, because I can hear you very, very clearly, very lucidly. But yeah, it's just if I started to kind of recede and subside, just let me know, But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, it's as always, uh, brother, scholar, encourager, uh, pioneer. I think like thinking trailblazer,
Mm-hmm.
brother Asar. It's really nice to be here, with you. I've been a little bit busy. I've been taking some advanced classes in psychology and microbiology, because I also want to do some. I want to focus on some grad program. I want to form my friend here, Professor Ayu from Nigeria. He just made his proposal. Defended his proposal a couple of days ago, and he passed. And he had a very, very interesting proposal. His proposal was the lived experience of so-called sub-Saharan African students at UNL at the UNL campus, University of Lincoln, Nebraska, where we live here. So, and I talked to him before the proposal, and after, because we were discussing the idea of like sub-Saharan and colonial linguistics, and how is it embedded with anti-blackness, with like stereotypes, with all the historical degradation of black people and African people, so on and so forth. But yeah, brother Assad, so I just want to have like a quick remarks, and I just want to see what do you think about some of the stuff that I want to kind of draw your attention to.
All right, go ahead.
So I'm really kind of like I'm really wrestling with these ideas, but and this has a slight connection to what we talked about last time. I wanted to send you like a really long list of on the email, but yeah, I might still do that, but so like as far as in terms of cosmology, linguistics, and genetics, the intersection, the intersection, the inner positions of these fields, right? What do you think about since you have a very good depth in linguistics and things like that, and because I've been studying genetics, what do you think about when we talk about Africans, when we talk about black people, one of the main principles that I sought my analysis from is the fact that we have lost our cosmology, which is to say we have lost the not just the way of thinking, but what can be described in English kind of like the infrastructure of our cognitive system. And this is why I'm talking to you in English right now. I mean, like I was born in an environment that speaks Arabic, right? And then I came here I came here in the United States with my family when I was 19. This was almost like 12 years ago, and I learned English, right? I had like some kind of idea about English before I came here, but but the idea is in Africa, Sudan, Egypt, even Ethiopia, like that part of that part of the Africa that is kind of like very adjacent to Arabia, they speak Arabic. You have British Africa, so that my point is we lost our cosmology, like something that Sheikh Anta Diop and Frantz Fanon talked about as well. If we were talking in Wolof or in Halfa in Nubian, we wouldn't have any problems, So in terms of like and I say this to say that when we do linguistic stuff, when we do genetics stuff, when we do any type of analysis, when we do cultural analysis, when we do critical race theory, when we do any field of analysis that studies Black people, African people, do you think that this should be the anchoring sort of like fundamental principle that we move on? And I say this to say that I understand that like linguistics, psychology, all these things, they have methodology, scientific methodology. Although I had like my reservation on not the scientific methodology itself, but the fact that the expression of the scientific methodology has been in modernity, has been concocted or has been built in an extremely anti-black ways, because because I think that because of the fact that these things in modernity, science, technology, from the 15th century going onward, they have developed, emerged hand in hand with extreme anti-blackness, and with essentially positing the black body, the African being, as an object of study and as an object of verification of their articulation of the world, the articulation of their metaphysics, the Western metaphysics, the Western science, these kind of things. So I just want to mention that. The other thing is, the in terms of the Denka and other nomadic people, I heard once Professor Molefiketi Asante talked about the only African people, so-called African ethnicity, but but even ethnicity, that term itself, emerges in this kind of like early anthropological studies, which demonized and was erected in order to calculate and control and break down the colonial field, the African subject, or the African object, if you will. So but I heard that he said that the only ethnicity or tribes in Africa that he knows that actually uses so-called slavery was the Dahomey people, of in Africa. That's the only people who use slavery as a mode of production.
That's actually
And
true, because it's the Ashanti and the Dahomey, and to an extent the Yoruba people who came a little and adopted it later, in terms of slavery, and to the extent of the Congo with Queen Nzinga, her brother, and but in terms of like as a mode of production, it's very few and far in between that you would find, because like when people talk about everyone had slaves, what were they doing? Like what were they building? Like how did the kingdom thrive? Because they had slaves. Like who are these people in the bush with slaves? That didn't make sense. But but to your first point, I wanted to share. I'm sorry.
I mean, you can go ahead and I would just if you allow me the chance, I will continue later. That's fine.
All right, no problem. So in terms of anchoring, starting off with African cosmology, this is actually the recommendation of a number of scholars. So I don't know the ethnic and cultural background of this author, who is the editor of this book, Writing African History. This is one of the books that I use in my course on research methodology, but the editor starts off the conversation on page 16. His name is excuse me, not the editor, but another author by the name of Daniel McCall. And he states Africanizing history must begin with a holistic attempt to understand the total worldview and cosmology of African peoples. For without looking at their oral history in the total context of their thought, we cannot understand the meaning that history has for them and why they have preserved it. So you got to understand first and foremost the worldview and their cosmology, and how they how the worldview is shaped by their understanding of cosmos and their relationship to the cosmos. So that's one source. And so then we have Dr. Malidoma Somé, in his text Healing Wisdom of Africa. And in regards to the Daguerre, he says cultures define themselves in terms of the ways their people perceive the cosmos. The cosmology I am concerned with in this chapter is so essential to Daguerre wisdom that little makes sense without it. The cosmology is the foundational model for life itself.
Absolutely.
Right? So, I like to look for patterns, so I need at minimum 3. So we go now to Dr. Fukiao's African Cosmology of the Bantu Congo, where on page 129 he states, understanding the worldview of a people is the cornerstone for understanding their culture. And this is in the context, of course, of the cosmology, which is the title of the whole book, African Cosmology of the Bantu Congo. And the worldview is shaped again by the people's understanding of the cosmos and their relationship to it. And so
Absolutely.
bro,
so, it's absolutely, yeah, it's actually. And by the way, I just like a real sort of appreciation and real gratitude, for you, because I have started reading some of the African cosmology for Fukiao, for Professor Fukiao. He made transition, Fukiao, so he's an ancestor right now, who was a real force of intellect. And I also checked out now these days. I also checked out from the library. I'm also reading. So I'm reading 3 books like fairly. I'm reading some of the African cosmology, and I'm reading the intellectual warfare for the great Jacob Carruthers.
Yes.
Right. And I'm reading a book for Professor Frank Wilderson, Red, White, and Black. So, but because even African cosmology, even the extensive, the profound, the generative, formative efforts of Fukiao, in terms of assembling these ideas and revising these ideas of African people, finding patterns of African cosmology, African worldview, and Molefikete Asante expanded on this as well, Professor Asante.
Indeed.
So I want to I always, sometimes when we discuss this stuff, these things are really, really profound, and I think they are really essential, because when we discuss it, we have to make sure that we have to, don't you think that we have to always be on guard and paying attention to the fact that we are communicating through a linguistic medium that it's antagonistic to the last culture, the last cosmology that we had, particularly before the Atlantic criminal enterprise, and also even in Arabic, because the Arabic people, those nomadic tribes, those are the ones who started this whole process of African African execration and African denigration, through the through the slave. But even but people don't even know that, like, when Abyssinia was at its height, was very powerful, like right before Islam, and during, by the kind of sort of at the same time, through the early emergence of Islam, Abyssinia had some people who work, maybe not or slaves, or people who work in sort of like menial jobs, like from so-called Arabia, in Abyssinia. Like people cannot conceptualize that right now, like because of how like we are viewed. But I say this to say that brother Assad, that when we, especially when we talk about genetics and things like that, so this is, so I put it in like this. So this is what kind of like makes me sort of, like little bit pessimistic, and not pessimistic but cautious, and always trying to ask questions. When we talk about, even in terms of like ancient Egypt or Nubia, when we are trying to go to the scientificity of genetics and alleles, and like the strands of genetic, and MLR, whatever, like whatever, genetic, roots that. So that when we use that as an evidence to sort of like consolidate the African spirit, or the African presence, or anything like that, to me, that's fine, but that's not the end all and be all. Because when I talk,
But who argues that that is the case?
no, I mean, sometimes I feel like we focus so much on this in terms of like, in terms of talking about, for example, whether the Berbers are Africans or not. When I'm talking about black people, when I'm talking about Africans, I'm talking about people like, people who look like you and me. When I,
But
not,
even with that, it's still colonial language.
yeah,
Because when before we met Arabs and before we met Europeans, we weren't classifying ourselves. We didn't know ourselves as black people.
right,
Even
absolutely,
the concept of an African is still a European construct. So
right,
at what point, do you free yourself of all of that? Because when you talk about an African, you're only talking about a population of people who exist and were born on a particular colonial space
correct,
that they call Africa. And so the problem with that is that now you're trying to uh, associate a a a a colonial construct with
correct,
native values in things in contrast to other human groups. And so this is all problematic, no matter what and no matter how. So even with us trying to fix it, you're still in the matrix. You're still in some form of matrix. And I don't think that, even if some people were focused on genetics and things like that, no one ever argues, even if certain people have that as a sensibility. We always got to remember that you got to be able to separate those who are professionals in a particular field, those who are teachers in a particular field, and those who are enthusiasts, and then those who are lay persons. And a lot of times we are mixing conversations, as if all as if everyone in these particular different groups in a particular field of interest are equal, and they're not. And so, if you're basing the greater conversations that the professionals are having, but based on conversations that some lay person is having on YouTube, then it is,
yeah,
you put yourself in an epistemological trap. and
right,
and
right,
so it's every field, every culture has its own language to be able to articulate and describe uh phenomena in a way that makes sense to those people in that group. And so if you're talking about, like, there's no native African genetics, we weren't involved in that process. That's a new thing that emerges within a particular construct.
no, I'm not
um,
saying that,
I'm
brother.
just giving an example. So because it emerges with a group that speaks a certain language, that is going to be the language. It's just like when it comes to religious and cultural things, the Egyptians, for those who were in Asia, they were the dominant. And so when they came across the Egyptians, uh and depending on what time period, if the Egyptians were colonizers, they, what emerged, they were borrowing and using the language of the Egyptians when it came to these spiritual concepts and these cultural concepts, and to a certain degree into these technological concepts. Well, things flip throughout history. It's dynamic. And so when the Arabs took over and the Islam became the religion of prestige, that became the language, and people are using, now you're using stuff like deen and to refer to and sin, and like what the hell
Right.
is sin,
Right.
in an indigenous African, like, but that's just the nature of it all. But through it all, because
Absolutely.
it's
Absolutely.
all human language,
Absolutely.
it's easy to translate. Like, people make it seem like it's just impossible to translate certain things. That's farther from the truth. You may need, more words in a particular language to translate it, or you may not need as many words. But that's what makes human speech unique, is that, everything is translatable, because all words are symbols, and all you're doing is trading one symbol to represent another.
Right, right, right. I totally agree with you, bro. I totally agree with you. I just, what I'm talking about is, maybe I haven't made myself, clear. I'm talking about the world, or as you said, the matrix that we live in right now. That the matrix that is started, uh, maybe around, like, 500 AC, or like, or like 300 BC. What I'm talking about, like the emergence of the enslavement of the black, the emergence of anti-blackness. So this is what I'm talking about. Like, I, you know, when I'm talking, when you sort of like when you characterize me as, kind of like submitting or succumbing to the constructs, or the colonial constructs, what I'm trying to do is, the figure who has been demonized, execrated, who has been lynched, who has been deprived and robbed of all cosmological functions and ontological abilities. That's, we are talking about black people, or the people who, when the Arabs invaded, that part of the world, when the Arabs invaded East Africa, and they started to go to Zanzibar, and they started to go to Kenya, Uganda, and capture those kids, and level their scrotum. They didn't really care. They said that, no, we're gonna call you black. Before that, they were Buganda, they were Denka, they were Asante, they were Twa. So they I mean, I'm talking about, like, I mean, sorry, I should have, given like some kind of introduction, but I'm talking about like a complete destruction of African spiritual
But there
cosmology.
is no
That's
there's very few instances of complete destruction.
no,
The
yeah, yeah,
the issue the
no,
issue ultimately is power. And when you're examining the power dynamics, all the Africans have to do is just use their own concept. It don't take no money. It don't take no effort. If they called you black, call yourself what you called yourself before and move on.
right.
It's not a hard concept to do.
Wait a minute, so I disagree with that part because a lot of these African nations now they're following a colonial education, and they're pretty much the sons and daughters of the nation that colonized them mentally.
Understand, but it's always an issue of power. If you realize
Power.
that you can change, like when it comes to anything about naming and using language, that doesn't take money. It doesn't take resources. All it takes is convincing a body politic to now reorient themselves. This was the whole function of, for example, Afrocentricity as a paradigm to
Correct.
help people to reorient themselves to African concepts, and to be able to, not only in terms of their frame of thinking, but even in the language and the words that we use, to relate and articulate phenomena in the world that that we are the center, saying, of describing our own reality, and it is
Well,
about agency. So it's not hard to do. It's like at one point it's just like you're just going to have to take authority as African people on reality and life, and quit begging and quit crying and complaining that these people are doing this and they've done this in the past. Just do it. Just get
yeah,
off
but
your ass and do it, and don't apologize for nothing. You move accordingly. That's what you
they're
need.
still colonial. They're still
It
colonial
don't
citizens,
matter
though.
if it's still colonial. If
It's
African phenomena and ways of being is the shit, then it's going to manifest itself when you do it.
how can we go back to that though? Like, because that because they're wearing European clothing. They have a European colonial education. I mean, Fanon talks about this in his works, "The Wretched of the Earth" and "Black Skin, White Mask." How can we
You
get out of that?
plan, you do what you did before. See, this is something that a lot of us are also going to have to keep in mind as well, is that there is no such thing as a pure group. Human beings are always borrowing from each other. You know how long African people have been trading with people around the world? We have evidence of trade going back 30,000, 40,000 years. You are always borrowing concept. Human beings are always looking for more efficient and better ways to solve certain problems. And if this group of people have solved the problem, we're going to adopt it and use it. That's what all groups around the world do.
There is no,
And
yeah,
if
there is no
you
debate
think
about
that
that.
you are going to be just in a cubby by yourself and be able to satisfy all your every needs and just indigenously, that's not how it has ever been. Like, you eat chicken and stuff now, and bananas, all that comes from Asia. It's certain clothes that Africans wear that are considered African garb that also come from Asia.
Yeah, the dashiki, they come from Indonesia,
Dashikis,
right?
the full length, all of that is Asian. If you look at the early artwork of West Africans, they weren't wearing clothes like that. You see like some kind of like loin cloth
Yeah,
stuff.
Arabic
You see a
type
gang
clothing.
of jewelry on. You don't see no full clothing, none. All that stuff comes. Cowrie shells are not West African. That stuff comes from Egypt, and they were trading and using it with money with people from India and China and the like. But the West Africans adopted it, used it for divination, used it for um,
Right.
for artwork and all this stuff. We adapt and use. We borrow. That's what they do. We borrow and we give. And so this idea of purity needs to stop. You're never going to do that. So if we is you build up, that's why I recommend doing watching that video on Amazon Prime, if y'all have Amazon, is the how China got rich. They
Yeah,
understood that in the modern world they were not able to compete. So what they did is they sent their best and brightest to universities around the world, required them to come back and to teach and to build up China. And
well, I
that's what
mean,
they did. And now you go into China is kind of a mix of tradition and modern, and they're able to make it work, and they're able to build their economy. We in this fantasy of purity, to where anything that a European does, we got to reject. Anything that an Arab does, we have to reject. It just got to come from the genius of a quote unquote African mind. And this is why a lot of so-called African centered folks ain't did nothing but talk. They philosophize. They always got ideas, but they don't move on anything, because they're
yeah,
they're
theory
they're
and
living in
practice.
the fantasy world of purity.
Yeah, I I understand you, brother Asar, but we need to. I understand what you're saying. Like this is an intramural conversation. Like between Africans. So it's very productive, and it's very profound. It's very revealing in that sense, right? I I, I understand what you're saying. I This idea of purity, like it's definitely is not a good argument, or no one who's serious in their analysis, in their discourse, in their sort of like how they view the problem, has ever proposed that, like, or has ever kind of like suggested that, like we should actually go to purity, because it has never existed to begin with. The other thing is, like Africans have always been anti-purity. Africans have always been, commingling. Have always been hospitable. I mean, so I understand those traits. What I'm trying to get across is, uh, uh, brother Assad, what I'm trying to get across is we have to understand. So I mean, so you're talking about Arabs. You're talking about, like the Westerns, if they have done something. Yeah, yeah, they have taken from us as well. Like I understand that, right? But what I'm trying to say is, like we have to understand the singularity of the black as being positioned in the world, in this world that we live in this world that we've been living in since the emergence of the Old Testament. Right? So, like, so to draw analogy between China and Africa, that's not an accurate analogy, brother. That's not an accurate analogy, because I mean, like it's just suffice to say that Haiti is the most, warred against, is the most fought against, is the most assaulted, is the most state that has received violence in the Western Hemisphere than any other space. There is a reason for that. So what I'm saying is, like we need to understand this kind of stuff. We need to understand our enemy, you know, in order
Okay,
to
I hear you. I
in
hear
order
you.
in order to prosper, in order to achieve a sort of like achieve a sort of so-called like liberation. And when we use these kind of like methodologies, they are fine. They are fine. I'm not saying that we should repudiate like the gravity of or we should not talk, we should not teach the Newtonian physics, or things like that. But I mean, I let you. I'm gonna. I'm gonna. Okay, so so there is this example, right? This is what I'm talking about when I talk about, like, the deep structures of understanding. I'm in psychology, right? Like in neuropsychology, or neurocognitive psychology. I'm reading in my text a paragraph, a section that talks about these different functions and different tasks that the brain does, right?
Mhm.
So they were making in the text, they were making analogy or a metaphor about uh, the hypothalamus and pituitary gland. So they were saying that, yeah, like pituitary gland, it controls controls your hormones, it controls your growth, controls your state of wakefulness, your consciousness, your sexuality, like your appetite, your hunger, like things like that, right? And they were saying that the hypothalamus is the link between the endocrine system, right, and the endocrine system and the nervous system, which is basically like the brain and the spinal cord, as you know. So so they were saying that they work in concordance, but they're saying that, like, imagine them like CEO and CCO, and so
But
like
what but what is the issue?
the issue is, like, so the description was a protracted exemplification of uh, like a capitalist metaphor, which is fine, like, I mean, this is how they understand the world, so this is the world that they built, like, it's fine, but it made me
until you were actually doing the primary research,
it made me, it just made me pause that people, even when we
like,
talk about like people,
I don't understand what the issue is. It is simple as this. I recommend that you watch it's a lecture done by Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's giving a lecture and talking about why are all
Neil
of
deGrasse Tyson doesn't care about black people, bro.
I don't give a rat's ass if he care about black people or not. It's
Why?
information.
How?
It's I understand that not everybody is going to be on the same level of consciousness or plane. I accept that about reality. And so I'm not going to dismiss anything that he says just because, he isn't a strong Afro centrist or whatnot. The man is a byproduct of an African father and a Puerto Rican mother. He's a biracial. He has a biracial consciousness. Oh, when it comes to the science, all I care about is the science accurate and how can I use it in the benefit of African people. And so me worrying about, every little detail and aspect of somebody's life, I'm wasting time. This is how you can tell those who are serious about life and those who are not. They worry about the most insignificant things. And you stagnate and waste time when if you are the person, you can only control you. You can only control what you study and what you read and how you utilize what you know. So don't worry about anyone else. Live your life, serve your purpose. The more and more time you worry about everyone else, the less you are working on your purpose and improving the lives of African people. That's the problem with a lot of us. We talk too much. We complain too much. We worried about stuff that we can't control. Worry about what you can control. And then you'll make a bigger impact on the world. Now, the what I was getting to when it came to Neil deGrasse Tyson is he was talking about how a lot of the star systems that we know around the world have Arabic names. And the reason why they have Arabic names is because there was a point in time in Iraq amongst these Muslims where they were leading in science and technology, especially in dealing with astronomy. So when you discover and you innovate and you pioneer in a field, you have naming rights. And so this is understood throughout the world. We keep the names. So until you start innovating, until you start pioneering in the field, you have naming rights when you do that. So this is what I mean. Quit worrying about stuff you can't control. Start pioneering and doing the work. When you innovate and pioneer, then you can name it what you want to name it. It's as simple as that. It's not hard. It doesn't take a rocket scientist. You just do. This is the problem. We talk too much.
I'm just saying, Prof, I'm just saying that the tools that we use, we need to understand. And, I'm not saying, throw the baby with the bathwater, Prof. Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to say that all these things are fine. Whether you're talking about, like, I don't know, you're talking about like the Arabic, like you're talking about Zuhal, Mushtara, Mirrikh, like, I mean, I have been taught these things, but I'm just saying that these things have been conceptualized, all right, have been erected, have been inculcated in the mind through the denigration and distortion of
all right,
black
then
people,
fix it, correct it, and bring back to us your new innovations based on African culture and cosmology, and convince everyone to adopt it and utilize it. That's it. That's the answer to the question. You're trying to avoid doing the work. Just do the work.
Oh my God.
I'm not. I'm. I'm not shying away from doing. I'm not shying away from doing the work. I'm doing just by virtue of being, just by virtue of being interested in academia, and being black at the same time. I always.
Why are you going through academia? Why don't you create your own little thing in a bush somewhere and reconceptualize all of this and bypass the whole university system, since the university system was pioneered and expanded and innovated on the backs of African people, across the world.
Yeah,
Why
because
even go that route?
because
Why waste your time and money?
because that's how that's how the system works right now. So I'm not gonna, yeah, I can do that, and that will be like the sum, that will be the destruction of the world. That will be the goal. I mean, if that happens,
What?
that will be cool.
What you say?
If that happens, that will be nice. That will be
What?
nice, because
What?
like, you don't have to, because that will alter the that will alter the entire metaphysical system that in which we actually perceive ourselves and perceive reality, and that would be fine. But
Did you say you want to destroy the world?
I'm not saying prof, like I'm not, like you I just don't want to come across as, like I'm not, like you think that I'm bullshitting, or you think that I'm kind of, like I'm not, I don't want to do the work. What I'm saying, what I'm proposing is, like we should do the work even more rigorously, even more emphatically, like even more obsessively.
Wait,
I,
you said two
I
different things.
I understand the university for what it is. I understand the university has been built upon the enslavement and the destruction, and the killing, the lynching, of the castration of black people, not just black people, but black cosmology as well. I
Wait,
understand that. I
hold
understand that.
on, Muhammad. Muhammad.
That doesn't mean that, like that doesn't mean that I want to go invent. Yeah, I mean, of course, if
Mu-
I do that, I will do that. But I'm just saying that we should understand these things. We should understand that Marxism doesn't explain, doesn't correspond to Africa. We should understand that when
Have you
Israelites
heard of the Black
go,
Panthers? You said Marxism don't help black people. Is that what you said?
yes,
You ever
I'm
heard of the Black Panther
saying,
Party?
I'm saying
They were Marxists.
that, yeah,
They used
they use,
Marxism to help black people out. That's what Asar is saying.
yeah, they used Marxists for the best of their ability in their context. That doesn't mean, like the black. I mean, I love, the Black Panthers were one of the best things that happened in this criminal enterprise called America. Like I understand that, but I understand.
Kwame Nkrumah was a Marxist too.
You said what?
Kwame Nkrumah was a Marxist. John Henry Clark was one for a while. I mean, they were smart.
Even
They used Marxism as a way to liberate African people. That's what
yes,
Asar is saying.
yes,
This is
even
what needs to
Fanon that you
happen.
talked about earlier. Fanon comes from the Marxist, from the Marxist tradition.
And he
But
led a revolution. So what you talking about? Like
yes, the fact
you
that
saying two different things now, Muhammad. You said
This
one
is
minute
but hold on. This is what answers all of this.
no,
Again,
I'm not
I
saying.
encourage everyone to watch the documentary film titled "How China Got Rich." The leader at the time, who was changing the paradigm, had a strict focus on
the you.
abandoning, not necessarily totally, but for the most part, abandoning theory or a hypotheses, and only dealing with what works, and that is based on facts and truth. And we use that to build and innovate and advance China. Once they did that, same thing happened in Russia. It's like they didn't care where it came from. The question they asked is, does it work? And can it be used for the best interest of China? That's it. That's all that's all that matters in the final analysis. Does it work, and can we utilize it in the best interest of African people? China, they said this: we get to a point And from there, after we've reversed engineered and we understand everything, then we innovate and pioneer on top of that. But we got to get ourselves here first instead of worrying about, being here. We're not there yet. We don't understand the basics. And so this is the paradigm in the mind that the leaders had at the time. And this is what propelled them in 40 years. While African people are still trying to conceptualize about African philosophy and cosmology, and should we use these words instead of these words, and F all of that. Does it work? When this amount of water, over this particular system at this speed, and it turns this, can it generate electricity? Do we have enough copper to generate an electric, saying field and this and da, and so we can bring electricity to the homes of these people? Who gives a rat's ass what language? Do I understand the language? Can I understand it and utilize it in my society? Once we got all of that at a certain level, then we can change and start thinking about using, other language and all this other kind of stuff. But you're sitting there at the bottom trying to theorize and philosophize about stuff, and you ain't made it there yet. Africans don't even make their own draws.
So why didn't happen then, why didn't happen, brother Asar? Why what you are talking about, why we are not able to, I'm talking about, I'm talking about Africa. I'm not even talking about the, I'm not even talking about the so-called the global north, or the American, the Western hemisphere, like Haiti and Cuba, and Ecuador, countries, or even United States, countries in which there is a tremendous black presence. I'm talking about just in Africa. So
Nope.
it's because the proposition then gets really tricky. So why are we not able to, okay? So basically you are implying that we are incapable of just doing the work.
He
didn't say
we are
that.
incapable.
He didn't say
That
that.
we are capable. You just need to do it. That's
Why? Why?
that's all. But there's so
Why we are
much
not
in
able to do it?
Africa in terms of them abandoning, certain aspects of their culture. Some of these folks are praying and waiting on Jesus to come and fix the economy. Some people don't want to give up sovereignty. Like Sheikh Anta Diop wrote a book, Black Africa, an economic and cultural basis for a federated state, right? And which he's proposing United States of Africa, so people could pull together their resources and their militaries to defend a particular type of territory. They would have to get rid of colonial borders, come up with a system in terms of an economic system, come up with a way in which they can what's the word I'm looking for?
Consolidate their resources, you mean?
Well, that's all part of the economic piece. But in terms of the language, having a common singular language that they can communicate with, and all of this. And one of the things that he was talking about in the text is probably part of the problem is that certain people don't want to give up certain sovereignty so that the collective can prosper. Because Africans, for the most part, still think tribally.
Yep.
And that's the difference between China. Remember, China was actually 5 different kingdoms that were united under one. China's really 5 whole kingdoms. That's why you have like 1 billion people, because it's just a large territory that was consolidated into one. Shaka Zulu was trying to do the same thing in South Africa, but it didn't come into fruition. But that's the reason why they're able to do what they did, is because they have a common single language, even though they still speak different languages. There's a common language that everyone speaks. There's a single territory, which used to be 5 different kingdoms at once. And so this is what allowed them to come together and make these things happen. But Africans don't seem to get that. And this is something that Foucault talks about in a lot of his works.
France Fanon talks about it.
That's what I'm talking about this, yeah. But again, like it begs the question. So like we have to. So that's why people like Maleficate Asante doing the theorization, because brother Asante, I understand you saying that like we just go empirical, we just go like we just go Nat Turner on this world, we just do the
What?
thing.
You
We
being
just
customistic, like the Black Panthers would say, man. You gonna get people hurt, man. You being customistic.
the what?
You being customistic. That's what the Black Panthers are. You saying we need to go Nat Turner on this world? Like, are you crazy?
Who, me? No, I'm
That's
just.
not this. See,
I'm
here's
just
the thing.
I'm
See,
just
this
using
is what you got to understand. We
I'm just using
already
this as a
have the
concept.
plans.
I'm
We
just using.
already have the theory. What needs to happen now is simply the execution. That's it. It's simple. Like for African Americans here, we have several books. There's the Blueprint for Black Power. There's the Blackonomics text by what's his name, Dr. Claude Anderson. You have the Destruction of Black Civilizations, which has the plan at the back. You also have Pawn Sovereignty, for example. You also have the newer text coming from the University of Kemet Press, which kind of updates all of this stuff. We already have the plans, we have the theory, we have the everything in place in terms of what we need to do. At this point, all it is about is execution. You doing the work. That's it. There's no talk. There's no more talk. Read the books, figure out in what area you're going to contribute, and organize and make it happen. That's it. In the conversation. It's all of this stuff has been discussed. It's in a number of books already. We know this history already. And it may be new to a lot of younger folks, especially those of you who are just coming up in university. But for a lot of us old heads, we've read all these texts already.
I'm not. I understand. I know.
Muhammad, I feel like you just trying to try to argue with him, man.
For
He
no
already said.
reason. There's nothing to argue.
I know. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I was just. I was just trying to just. No. I'm definitely. I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not arguing. I'm just trying to. Like for example, I give you something like the problem in Sudan. That I'm just worried that like we might fall in this sort of like oversimplification of phenomena or what's going, like how big the disaster is.
The problem is you haven't worked and made the failures to improve upon. Just do the work. Just do it. We have to borrow from Nike at this point. Just do it. You make your mistakes, that you fall forward. So like there's the Dagara proverb. If you move forward, you're gonna die. If you move backwards, you're gonna die. You might as well move forward and die. It doesn't matter, what direction you go, you're going to die. That's a fact of life.
But that's
what
we are
going to waste. Listen, are you going to waste your life going backwards when you can advance and die? Like you die forward, you advance forward, you fall forward. It's not a discussion. It's already been laid out. Read the books and then find your place and then execute and die. That's it.
And Marxist theory, we call it theory and practice.
For me.
Hold on one second. And brother Saku Kayla has been waiting patiently. I want to welcome him to the
welcome, brother.
Peace and blessings. And what's on your mind?
Peace and blessing, brother asarimhotep, my brothers in here, Mohammed and Lionel. Interesting discussion, guys. I'm just listening. I'm here purposely to find out about the One Africa conference and what happened. I know I'm in here late. Probably you guys must have discussed it. But
we discussed a little bit of it.
Okay, and also the discussion you are having is very, very important. I agree with Brother Asa. The theories are out there. Our scholars have written tremendously. They have written everything down. The application is the issue. And what is happening right now? I'm just having Diop book in my hand. The book you just cited, Black Africa: The Economic and Cultural Basis for a Federated State. At the end of that book, there's an interview. That Diop were answering some questions. So they asked him about Africa political unity. So Diop said that he has already seen that Africa destiny is just two-way. Either we agree to unite and form a powerful state, or we'll become what he called a South Americanization. What he means that South America has been divided by the West, and they are just there. They don't even know who they are, whether they are a race or what they are. They are just there, and they are not important in the political space. They have no power, and they just majority of their people live in poverty. He said that's the destiny of Africa if it refuses to unite. And he laid out that's what we are going through. So it's clear. It's not that our leaders haven't seen it. They've seen it and they've written it. Garvey, everyone have seen it. The application is the issue. We are not ready. If you go on the continent right now, these leaders, they are interested in walking on red carpet. They know what the issue is. They are not naive. They know what the problem is. They know the solution. The books are there, but they prefer to have these to go to London to treat themselves. They prefer to take their children on vacation to Paris. So there is something there that I believe a revolution has to happen. There is one revolution that is still missing in African history that has not happened. We have not really successfully overthrown the bourgeoisie. We have not done it. We've always allowed the continuation of the bourgeoisie, and these bourgeoisie are connected to the West, and they are Europeanized black people that always control our affairs until there's a revolution to overthrow them. The Chinese did not just come out, there was a revolution of the CPP to take over. So we have not had a successful revolution to overthrow these guys. Their children, as we speak, the current elite in Africa, their children are studying in the West, and they will take over from them. In the next 100 years, Pan-Africanists will remain in the ghetto, and these children will continue as Negropean rulers. That's the issue.
That's what Frank Fanon talks about in The Wretched of the Earth. He talks about the bourgeoisies, how they're always the middleman between the natives and the colonizer, as he would say.
Absolutely, absolutely. But how do you eliminate them? How do you eliminate those bourgeoisie? Are you going to commit genocides?
What? Man, get him off the panel. Get him off the panel.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm just saying, that's absolutely true. But in order
so what's your plan?
In order to not replicate those bourgeoisie, that's why you need to have, as Frantz Fanon said, that's why you need to have a very solid form of African nationalism, right? I mean, like in Wretched of the Earth, right? He addresses this point. And maybe like Brother Asarkan talks about this as well. Maybe that it seems like he's talking about like the theory that maybe so-called African diversity is maybe like it has been weaponized through the ages and through the history, to minimize and eliminate and destroy African people. And Sheikh Anta Diop talked about the two cradle civilization. So I was just saying earlier that we just need to understand that this kind of deep contrast between African cosmology and world cosmology or Western cosmology, whatever you want to, and just build on that, have this as a sort of like guiding principle to build.
That's all I've been saying that.
I get what you're saying, brother Lionel. But like brother Asa said, you won't get everybody on the same page one day. It's not going to happen. The people who will lead the African revolution you will never convince black people 100%. If today there's a war between Europe and Africa, there will be Africans fighting the European army to eliminate you.
That's the disaster, bro. That's the disaster.
So yeah, I'm coming. So the issue, the revolution that has to happen is happening, is just somehow slow. South Africa, Julius Malema is leading a revolution. He's not taking arm, but he's leading the young people to understand that there is the need to overthrow the bourgeoisie and unite the African continent. He's leading it. He created a party, one man, and he's shaking South African political space. In Senegal, as we speak, Ousmane Sonko, the most popular young politician, he is early 40s. He's reading from Cheikh Anta Diop book, and the entire nation is behind him. He might be the next president. And he's calling for United States of Africa. In Mali, as we speak, the soldiers that just took over, they are telling France to leave. And they are quoting from Pan-African book, they are quoting Sankara. So
What?
it's happening. It's happening. The issue is now the energy is out there, how to consolidate, put it together and make it work. Because we shouldn't allow this generation to pass again. Kwame Nkrumah and others try, and when they fail, they overthrew every Pan-Africanist on the continent, replaced them with bourgeoisie. That's why they love the democracy so much, because they can rig it and put their guys in there. So we the young people that are in Africa and other places.
Oh man, that brother was speaking. Where'd he go?
To overthrow this guy. We don't have to pick up guns and kill everybody. We can do it through political revolution.
Yeah. But that's, again, this is, the elders have already laid the groundwork in terms of perspective and theory. It's just a matter of executing and understanding that, you as the African proverb or states, or it asks the question at least, how do you eat the head of an elephant? One bite at a time. And so everybody's, thinking that you got to swallow the whole elephant's head. It's like, no, you just one bite at a time. Every effort that you make is a contribution to the future. So it just really boils down to, you understanding, like and I'm speaking about everyone who's listening, everyone who's on this panel, we all, for the most part, we know the works. We understand what needs to be done. We know where the blueprints are. It's just a matter of doing it. Pick what you think is in alignment with your destiny in terms of your gifts, and you move forward on it, and you die. But in the process, before you die, you take someone along with you. You train them, you share resources, and you make sure that you have a plan so that the person behind you can pick up the torch and move forward. And that, so like for what I've come to understand over the years is that it's, and this is a lot of times kind of built on this kind of Christian and Muslim background, in which we're waiting on these special people, these prophets and whatnot, to come into the community and save us. If it's not that person, then we're waiting on some spirit being to come back and just put everything back into order. And that's not how this works, but outside of that, we don't need leaders. We need systems. Because, a leader is only it's a position within a particular system. So when people start talking about putting leaders in place, is not so much the leaders, it's the system. What is the system that needs to be in place? Because if you have a robust system and you understand systems, if a leader is not doing their job, something in the system should be there to get rid of that person. And to put someone there who is competent, who can do the job. Or if that person dies, or whatnot, that somebody can come in and take his place. You're always constantly training people for this position to keep the system in the whole body politic moving. And so what has to be understood on a fundamental level by the layperson is how systems work.
Biblically, this is biblical Christological account. for the win. Here to evangelize this irrefutable statement contra the panel. Biblically, our biblical Christological God, meta-ontotheologically, is omnibenevolent because Z immutably is ethereally altered.
Okay.
What was he saying?
Well, was that a computer generated voice or something?
I have no idea, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
What is that, Prof? What is that, brother? Sorry, is that like some kind of invasion or something?
I guess, but you see, did I talk? Did I theorize? You just
Hey,
click
you
the
talk about
damn
theory
button.
and practice.
That's it. That's all you do is click the damn button. They got time for no Christological, like they need to talk about Jesus. It's like, you see, like this is the kind of stuff that you gotta always be worried about, when it comes to these particular paradigms. Is that they sense when their system is no longer viable and people are looking for something else, and so they get into a particular type of mode, to where they feel that they have to be evangelicals. And so he even started off the conversation with evangelicals, like, nope, I'm sorry, wrong page.
Yeah, that was pretty weird. But like what you said about like we need to what you saying like sorry that we need to like make stuff applicable to like what we have now and stuff. One of my favorite quotes by Dr. Clark is, you know, I don't have no problem with black people, converting to Islam. Create a liberation Islam.
Nope,
Like
I do. Because here's why. Because it is written in their text for them to be anti everyone else. And not only that, in both the Bible and in the Quran, there's language which states that you can't change both texts. So for both of those systems, the text is closed. And so if we discovered that something wasn't right, that it was wrong from the get-go, then you can't go in and change the text. So somebody can always go back and say, well, the text told us that if you are not Muslim and we give you 3 chances to be Muslim, then that means we can declare jihad on you.
but
Someone can
like
always go back. It doesn't matter if you create a so-called liberation. Matter of fact, there's a text I have on liberation Islam.
yeah, Black Religion and Black Radicalism by Gerard Wilmore.
No, it's about the liberation tradition of Islam itself. And if I can find it, I can pull it up.
I guess can brother Prof brother Asad, can I just state a quick remark about that, if you allow me, just a quick remark about like Islam and how like the eschatology or the theology of Islam, and how like things that you talked about. I go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I'll be looking for this book, but go ahead.
Okay, what you're saying is kind of is actually really interesting though, because we know lots of people, like for example like in the Western Sudan, Senegal and Mali, they are Muslims, right? And so that not only Islam is a religion for them, and even in Sudan, right? Not only Islam is a religion for them, so Islam is part of their identity, it's part of their psychological fabric, and that's why we need to do the work in terms of when we address this issue, when we analyze these issues, you have to do a very kind of severe sophisticated surgical detanglement, because if you come across like that, no, it's like they're gonna reject whatever you're saying, like even if you are talking about maximum liberation, even if you are talking about actual liberation, that's not gonna And like it's also interesting that whether Islam or Christianity can be used for the liberation of, I mean, for me personally, not really. Not only Islam or Christianity, but all the biblical tradition, all the Judaic worldview, and definitely by default the Western thought, because Western thought, modernity, Renaissance, all that, like come out of, get gestated in that fight, with, like in their own, within their own kind of like fight with Christianity, and how they how and the way that they built and construct their science, their discourses and all that. So to me it's not, like, but that's not how a lot of African population would view this particular issue. And I heard Dr. Amos Wilson actually once talking about, he was talking about like he was analyzing psychologically the phenomenon of the Nation of Islam. He said that, like so the nation, people misunderstand, the agenda, or the sensibility of Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam wasn't necessarily embracing Islam. Like he was saying that Nation of Islam, one of the miraculous things that Muhammad Elijah was working on, and that's why he was so dangerous. He changed the taste of African people. He changed. He was, it's a matter of taste. I mean, by taste, he's talking about the whole conceptual apparatus. So I mean, so I understand that you can achieve some sort of like progress, some sort of maybe like a sort of like a proto-evolutionary movement, like before you go there. So yeah, I mean, if you are, yeah, I mean, like if you are Christian, like Nat Turner, that's cool. If you are Muslim, like Malcolm X, that's cool. But understand that and understand that we should understand that
it's
like
the
what
text itself. It's not. I can use anything as a rebel. If I unite under the Powder Puff Girls and in reading Rainbow, and that galvanizes people, it can be done. It's the system itself. It's the text. It's the values. It's the command of the deity within those texts. And so, like, in just using the Nation of Islam as an example, as soon as Elijah Muhammad died and his son took over, he went back to Sunni. He went back to traditional Islam. And
I hear what you're saying.
With the and with the traditional Islam, that is, part of it. Like, people don't understand. Like, again, Islam comes out of a nomadic pastoralist tradition. And so the values, the warmongering values of nomadic pastoralists are what is key and what keeps things together. After Muhammad gets his revelation, the first thing that he does is go raid caravans. Like, what tradition, what spiritual tradition you get inspired and think it's okay to just go raid people in their caravans? But if you understand nomadic pastoralists and culture of honor, you understand why that is included within the culture and the tradition of the religion itself. Just like in the biblical tradition, where they try to justify the genocide of the Canaanites who have done nothing to them, and saying, well, God promised us this land, so in order for us to get it, we got to kill everybody on it, including women and children and the animals. Matter of fact, Yahweh got so deep with it, he said, if you keep the animals alive, I'm going to kill you. What kind of reprobate mind do you have to be to think along those lines? And so this is what I'm saying. Like, anybody can always go back into the text and justify. You can't, if we decide that genocide and killing in the name of God and religion is bad, we can't go into the Quran, we can't go into the Bible and change it to fit our understanding of reality at this moment, because both are fixed, both are commanded for you not to change the text. So it's going to be an endless loop of just shenanigans forever. So no, it can't. And so, but what I'm sharing on the screen here is the text that I was talking about. Islamic Liberation Theology, Resisting the Empire by Hamid Dabashi, who's a professor in Iranian studies. Where is he at? And he's the Hagop Kevorkian Professor of Iranian Studies and Comparative Literature at Columbia University in New York City. He is the author of several books, including Authority in Islam, From the Rise of Muhammad to the Establishment of the Umayyads, Iran, a People Interrupted, Theology of Discontent, the Ideological Foundations of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, Dreams of a Nation on Palestinian Cinema, and Close-Up Iranian Cinema Past, Present, and Future. And so this is the text. This is the table of contents. This is from 2008. And so he talks about, for example, here we go. Resisting the Empire, the End of Islamic Ideology, Blindness and Insight, Islam and Globalization, the Shia Passion Play, Liberation Theodicy, Malcolm X as a Muslim revolutionary, and the conclusion. So, you know, for those who are interested in that, that is the book. I had this other book up, Islamic Philosophy, Theology, and Mysticism, a short introduction. It's about 170 pages. But anyway, so Brother Lionel's back, and let me stop sharing my screen. So boom.
You got me on that one. That was cold, man. Because I always use the Nation of Islam and the Mahdi as like excellent examples of using anything you can use as a process of liberation. But you got me on that one, man.
Look, and it's my argument is that, see, the problem with us is that we want to look at the past and just wholesale take stuff from the past and try to bring it into the future instead of creating something from scratch. Like all religious traditions, all social political traditions are created by human beings out of the minds of human beings. And so if we see all of these issues with this, everybody's trying to fix and all of this, these old traditions that are built on paradigms that are self-destructive. Create from scratch, create new, take authority on something. And so, you know, Black people are so scared to be and to pioneer. And this is why we are in the condition that we are in, because people just don't want to do. And we think that it has to be like people trying to adopt the whole ancient Egyptian system and bring it forward. It's like, no, let Egypt be Egypt. Take the fundamentals of what makes it successful. Let's start from scratch and build from your own authentic system. That way you are not begging others for acceptance. Even as me as a person who is initiated into the Yoruba tradition, I understand that there's Yoruba tradition. I'm not going to try to change from the inside the Yoruba tradition. I'm let the Yoruba be the Yoruba. And they're going to have to, if there's shortcomings within their tradition, they're going to have to reconcile that themselves. I'm not going to say one of the good things, but one of the silver linings of the transatlantic slave trade is that we have an opportunity to start from scratch, to be able to study all the old systems and to create something new without all the old baggage. But this takes courage and it takes integrity.
What do you mean by that, Brother Asaf?
In terms of, it's just exactly what I mean. We have an opportunity to create from the beginning a new type of, an ideal for a new type of society, to create a system of rewards and punishments, of values and things that that doesn't have the baggage of the old. It can be grounded. We can borrow the concepts. It's not so much the words. It is what is the fundamental concepts for which the words, which are symbols, underlie and represent. Once you understand that, it's not about the aesthetics. Because people, want to wear cowrie shells all day and dashikis and tilted hats and say ashe, every 5 minutes and light candles and crystal rocks and all of that, and thinking that's it.
Revolution.
No,
That,
it's
yeah, yeah.
it's
I feel-
understanding, what these things are supposed to represent and creating with them. Matter of fact, I talk about this. Dr. Kaikoso Kajangu, who his PhD dissertation is titled "Beyond the Colonial Gaze: Reconstructing African Wisdom Traditions," and he's an initiate into several of Africa's wisdom traditions, primarily from like Central and Southern Africa. And matter of fact, he even studied for 10 years under Credo Mutwa when he was in South Africa. And I think he's originally from like Malawi or something like that. And I'm sorry?
He's from East Africa in Malawi.
I think so. He's here in the United States now, but that's I think where he's originally from. Excuse me. So in the text, he talks about his journey and traveling to and being initiated into different systems, and how essentially the elders in every place that he went was telling him something in which he phrased it as to speak in your own name, never in mine. Matter of fact, let me find it and read it directly. Hold on one second.
Can I ask you a question, Brother Asar?
Hold on, and if it's going to deviate from this, just
it's not. It's not going to deviate from it. So, how do you feel about this Vladimir Lenin quote? He says, "Without revolutionary theory, there are no revolutions." How do you feel about that? Do you think there's credence to Vladimir Lenin's quote? Because it's still
I
involved.
believe so, because in Africa you have all these kind of coups, and they have no system, no framework, nothing. They just replace one dictator with another, and don't move forward nowhere. And because they have no theoretical framework, that's why, for example, like with Afrocentricity, there was a debate between Molefe Kitty Asante and
Kwame Ture.
Yeah. And
converting the conscious to the unconscious.
What do you think about that debate? Prof, what do you think about that debate, Brother Asar? Because that debate actually kind of symbolizes and kind of captures a lot of what we are talking about. Because for example, like when you say that, I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking. I'm completely on the same wavelength as you, 100%. Like when we talk about like Ma'at, Fatah, like these are very complex cosmological basically treasures, and even Lauren Matori talked about like how the fact that Yoruba and Orisha and Igbo systems are no less abstract, no less complex than psychoanalysis and Marxism.
Well, you got to understand something, Muhammad.
So
Kwame Ture and Molefe Asante come out of two different thoughts of schools. Kwame Ture came out of the Black Panther Party, in which they believe that if you constantly, as Asar said, keep on lighting candles and crystals, all of that stuff is a waste of time. They called that pork chop nationalism. And so he believed that we need to look at like theoretical frameworks, like, what Asar, all of us are talking about. And we got to kind of, it's okay to know who you were before slavery, but we got to get past that and get to practicality. So you got to understand that with the debate.
With regards to Kwame Ture, with regards to Kwame Ture, you mean, or you talking about
Yep.
with
They
regards to?
they come out of two different. They come out of two different schools of
Well,
thought.
Yeah, however,
yeah.
if we don't deviate from Asa what he wants to say, I wanted to say something about that debate because I watched it.
Hold on one second. This is the point I wanted to get to.
I mean,
My bad. And I don't think it's in. Yeah, so it's not in his PhD dissertation. It's in another book that he has titled Wisdom Poetry. And in the wisdom poetry text, it is simply Dr. Kajangu taking African proverbs from all across the continent and making poetry out of them. But as a way to internalize, it's a method that he created to internalize African wisdom traditions, since a lot of the wisdom is encapsulated in the proverbs, right? So but there's a part where he deviates to kind of talk about initiation and his travels in what he calls the African superhighway of wisdom. And so he states on page 135 of this, and luckily I had this written down because I wrote an article titled "The African Superhighway of Wisdom," supporting Kajangu's concept with other examples not given in his book. So, but he says, what did I say here? I say, if you are to travel along the African superhighway of wisdom, one of the first things that African sages will tell you is that you must adapt and internalize the teachings so that it fits your cultural worldview. Kajangu puts this teaching into perspective in his work, Wisdom Poetry. He explains this philosophy as such. He gives a number, he's starting to give another principles. He starts off and says the second fundamental principle about traveling on the superhighway of wisdom is speaking in one's name. Every sage that I have so far encountered on my journey to wisdom has told me, as he or she was told by their mentors, speak in your name, never in mine. What does this mean? Sages will tell you to nourish your mind with teachings that have been enriched by countless generations of sages, but they insist that you must remain truthful to the voice that brought you into life or the voice of your destiny. And I automatically think of a proverb that says, just because you have a family farm doesn't mean that you can't create your own. And the issue is because we've been so Christianized that we think that we can't create our own wisdom traditions, and that we can't create our own culture, we can't create our own system, when that is what the indigenous African systems required of you. You weren't supposed to just simply regurgitate. You travel and you get initiated into things, and you take the best of what you learn in these other groups and you use it to create your own system. And so that's what the whole article was about. And I give certain examples of this with Credo Mutua, with Maladoma Some, with Baba Apetu in northern Ghana, and others. And even, my elder Babalawo, who all have traveled and been initiated into different systems, and they become more powerful for it, but they come back and they add to their cultural tradition, borrowing what is useful from other African systems. But we're in a unique state because they still have the continuity, even under colonialism. They still have the continuity of their ancestral culture. That's not the case here in the United States. So we have to create from scratch something that is authentic to us, to be able to meet the world as equals and not as stepchildren or orphans looking for mother and father. And so this is what I'm talking about in the context, at least for African Americans and those of us in the diaspora. Those of you who are, you know, who are grounded and know your ancestral language and know your ancestral lands is not going to be the same. But even still, it still could apply to even those on the continent to be able to look at their systems, you know, with objectivity, with honesty, and what doesn't work, you abandon and you reconstruct, you know, the system to meet the needs. Because just like as Amos Wilson said, that the problem with African people is that we think culture is sacred.
Ooh.
That we have to do something because it was done by some people of old. That's not what culture is designed for. Culture is designed to meet the needs of the people who are living. And if your needs are not being met, if you are lacking, then you have to adjust your culture. Your culture is the way that a collective people solves their problems. If you have a culture and you have a whole bunch of problems in your society, then your culture is inadequate. And we hold on to stuff just cause.
Mao
And this
Zedong
is
did one
something that
thing.
even Diop was talking about in Black Africa, which is why he said we need to create a new Afro-American culture in this United States of Africa.
Right.
Mao Zedong did the same thing to his people when the Cultural Revolution kicked off. He told his people, we got to get rid of the 4 olds. Old customs. I forgot what the other 3 was, but he modernized them because before Mao, I mean, China, you know, a lot of them was dope fiends, and you know, it was similar to how Africa is like right now. You know, you got warlords all over the place, and Mao was like, we gotta burn a lot of this, a lot of our clothing and all that type of stuff, and we gotta. And then also, he said in the classrooms. I'm saying one more thing. He said in the classrooms, when he was teaching the youth, he said, "Look, them people that built the Great Wall over there, that stuff don't matter."
Hey,
I
but
love Mao
hey,
too.
we've been going on for 4 hours and 11 minutes.
But
We've been going on 12 minutes. And
brother
so,
Assad, brother Assad, for example, when I see something like I'm pretty sure that you know this. When I see something like the conformal cosmic, the what was it? The 3 C's, the conformal cyclic cosmology of Sarah Jones, that explains, time and basically explains the sort of the passage of time and the fact that how he calls it eons, how eons kind of succeed each other, and like the idea of like being back here, stuff like that. When I see that, and I see that we have traditional epistemological nuclei from which we can extract and expand on these kind of theories and knowledge. And they were already, the nuclei, the seeds already there, like the Dogon, ancient Egyptians, so when people talking about, so these things didn't just like they evolved, right? I mean, they had their own paradigms. They came from the I'm talking about like throughout their knowledge, like they took all these are constructs. There is nothing really any relation between Greece and England or Germany, but that's how they were able to create these connections and sort of ground themselves and move on, express, basically build and innovate their their science. And of course, along with that came
what is your point summed up?
that my point is just the fact that we already have, just like what you were talking about earlier, the idea of like knowledge and theories and all that.
Yeah, we understand that we have indigenous ways of knowing and being, and we have our own cosmologies. At the end of the day, you still have to have a system and a way to verify claims. And this is where science come in. Whether Africans have indigenous cosmologies or not, can you verify the claim, and can we make it useful for the people, on the ground? And that's the concern now. And so if we want to talk culture and anthropology and sociology and theology, that can be in that. But if we're going to deal with science, it has to be verifiable. And so it doesn't matter that the Dogon got their own cosmology and the Bantu Congo got their own cosmology. If we're talking about a United States of Africa, are we going to, whose cosmology are we going to pick to represent the United States of Africa? And so it
will derive
of,
from these cosmologies, right?
I'm sorry?
It will derive from these.
It should derive from truth.
It will derive
that's the point. That's all that matters. If we're talking about cosmology, it should derive from truth. And the African is going to have to settle on a methodology that helps to discover truth and to falsify hypotheses that are not true. That's it. You build from there. It's not simply that we just take some Dogon, we take some Egyptian, we take some, and then we create a synthesis from that. That's a waste of time, because it all of it could be wrong. You build on what you are able to demonstrate and to prove. And on that note, I am ending the program. We'll have to continue it later, because I'm not having these 5-6 hour pseudo killer type programs all night. So if somebody want to have an after party, we'll go to their channel now. So I want to thank each and every one of you who are listening live, and those of you who have been active in the chat, all of you on Twitter, all of you on Facebook, and of course all of you on YouTube. And thank Brother Sean and Brother Black Panther, Brother Ben, for coming on earlier. Even the wild pseudo-Christian evangelical babbler, thank you for joining the program, and thank everyone who's on the program right now. And especially thank all of you who have made a contribution to the channel and to the film. Thank you all. And so we're giving you more updates. So make sure that on this Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern time in the United States, that you are here for my discussion titled on why DNA studies are virtually useless in ancient Egyptian studies. It's part of my series on how to critique the critique. So with that said, we are out, and y'all have a good night or morning,
peace, brother.
wherever you are in the universe.
Peace, bro.
Peace.